stop the denial. Let their wishes be fulfilled. That's it. Thank you.
Nice.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I want to understand if there was one thing you could do in your own area of expertise to ensure that there is more women participation, there is more women who come out in their own, what would you do today?
I'll reach out to as many and talk. So that if they have anything to ask, if they have any reservations, if they're facing any hurdles, that is my job as an IS officer, to make the path easy for everybody to achieve their dreams. So reaching out is very, very important, because people have a lot of questions and they do not have access to a lot of answers. So I'll reach out.
Okay. Sohini?
I guess on similar lines, we have to be able to support and do that proactively, not just wait for someone to come and ask a question, but basically be there, reach out, and power and inspire.
Okay, last question then. One stereotype about women in leadership that you would have gleefully smashed would be what? I'll start with Sohini.
That you need to be aggressive to be successful.
Dr. Mrinalini?
There are so many. Women, minorities, underprivileged people, the stereotypes dog us all the time. So, like you said, crisis. In crisis, generally, nobody is going for a woman to lead in a crisis. So that is a big stereotype, that she may not be able to handle. That is a prejudice in everybody's mind, unless we come forward and prove that we can do it.
Smash it, yeah?
I felt that one of the stereotypes for women, and which impedes the participation of many working women, is that women put family first and profession later. So that's a stereotype that I really feel must break, because women, for me, are balancing both equally well, their personal life and professional life. So why is it that they are still discriminated against? Why is it that the numbers of working women today in the country is still far beyond the kind of mark that we would hope it to be? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful note to end the session on. Thank you all for joining us, and to this audience to sort of listening into this very inspiring conversation. Thank you so much, Dr. Rashmi Singh, Dr. Mrinalini Daswal, and Sohini Rajola. Thank you so much. All right, we are now going to break in for a quick lunch break and resume exactly in 30 minutes. We'll be joined by Union Minister of Food Processing and Industry, Shri Chirag Paswan, right after lunch. And so come right back for that. Once again, we'd like to thank our esteemed partners for their invaluable support to this initiative. The Government of Uttar Pradesh, the Government of Madhya Pradesh as state partners, NIXI as digital partner, Orissa State Cooperation, Milk Producers Federation, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, New India Assurance, Rukam Capital, Damodar Valley Cooperation, and the Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperation as partners. Lastly, NRL as the energy partner. I'll also request all of you to proceed for lunch. We'll see you in just 30 minutes at 2:15. Thank you. Welcome back everyone to Powering Bharat 2025, the nation's most engaging dialogue on building a safe, self-reliant and prosperous Bharat. Now as we continue this meaningful journey, we now turn our focus to a sector that holds immense potential, both in terms of economic growth and global influence, the food processing industry. At the intersection of innovation, agriculture and entrepreneurship, this sector is not only vital to India's rural economy, but also key to taking the flavors of India to the world. It is now our privilege to welcome a leader who describes himself as Prime Minister Modi's Hanuman, committed to carrying forward the Prime Minister's vision with dedication and strength. He envisions a future where farmers become food entrepreneurs, where Indian food products command global shelves, and where technology drives transparency, scale, and sustainability in food processing. Please join me in welcoming the Honourable Minister for Food Processing and Industries, Chirag Paswan, a dynamic leader known for his bold ideas and grassroots connect. For this fireside chat with Shweta Punj.
Can we hear it for Mr. Chirag Paswan, one of India's youngest leaders, not only at the centre, but also from his home state of Bihar. Chirag, please take a seat.
Thank you so much.
When he speaks, whenever he's giving a speech, lakhs of people turn up to listen to him, but he says that he does not write his speeches down. He speaks from his heart. And I think that is what Chirag Paswan is about, a Gen Z neta, but with the heart of an old school politician. Well, please welcome once again Chirag Paswan, the food processing minister in Delhi, and someone who has big ambitions for Bihar. Chirag, जब आपका मंत्रालय अनाउंस हुआ, हमारे न्यूज रूम में बहुत चर्चा हुई. Everybody wanted to track food processing. Overnight, that ministry became the most sought after ministry. We want to track this ministry. But now we hear that you want to go back from Delhi. You're done with Delhi, you want to go back to Bihar.
Well, I do know and understand that one statement of mine where I said this कि मैं वापस बिहार जाना चाहता हूँ, बिहार मुझे बुला रहा है, दिल्ली में मेरा मन नहीं लगता. So I know that statement's been interpreted in all the possible manners, right from politically to personally to every way. उसके अलग-अलग interpretations हुए हैं. But my reason of saying it was because मेरा राजनीति में आने का कारण ही बिहार और बिहारी रहे हैं. Why I entered politics? I've been born and brought up in Delhi. I've lived in Mumbai. I've worked in Mumbai, and that was the time when I experienced from very close quarters where I saw Biharis being targeted, being humiliated. That was the time when I realized that why Bihari needs to leave their state and to go across the country. मैं देखता हूँ दूसरे राज्यों में जाकर रहते हैं, अलग अलग देशों में जाकर रहते हैं. So why can't we retain them in our state? क्या वहां पे ऐसी कमी है या क्या ऐसे व्यवस्था निर्माण की हम लोग को जरूरत है ताकि ये माइग्रेशन रुके, ये पलायन रुके? इस सोच के साथ मैं राजनीति में आया था. एंड ओवर द इयर्स दिस इज माय थर्ड टर्म एज अ मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट एंड आई हैव रियलाइज्ड दैट आई कांट डू दिस सिटिंग इन दिल्ली. अगर मैं बिहारियों के लिए कुछ करना चाहता हूं तो उसके लिए मुझे अपने राज्य जाना पड़ेगा. अगर मैं पलायन को रोकना चाहता हूं तो उसके लिए वो व्यवस्था बिहार में ही रहकर मुझे तैयार करनी होगी. और अब तो मैं सिर्फ पलायन को रोकना ही नहीं चाहता बल्कि मैं रिवर्स माइग्रेशन भी चाहता हूं कि हम एक ऐसा बिहार बनाएं जहां पे जो लोग पलायन करके बिहार से बाहर गए हैं वो लोग भी वापस अपने राज्य में आए. बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट की सोच पे काम कर रहा हूं.
तो फिर अगले चीफ मिनिस्टर चिराग पासवान रहेंगे?
मेरे सारे थॉट प्रोसेस, मेरी सारी मेहनत, मेरी सारी वर्षों से जो मैंने व्यवस्था तैयार करने के लिए जो मैंने सोच डाली है उन सारी चीजों को भुला के ना एकदम बॉयल डाउन कर दिया जाता है कि इसकी महत्वाकांक्षा है मुख्यमंत्री बनने की. इसलिए मैं ऑनेस्टली बोलता हूं, मेरी ऐसी कोई महत्वाकांक्षा नहीं है। मैं जिस परिवार से आता हूं, आई हैव सीन इट ऑल। माई स्टमक इज ऑलरेडी फुल। आई डोंट नीड, आई डोंट हैव एनी ग्रीड लेफ्ट कि मुझे ये चाहिए, मुझे वो चाहिए। मैं एक ऐसे परिवार से आता हूं जहां पे मेरे नेता, मेरे पिता आदरणीय रामविलास पासवान जी ने बतौर केंद्रीय मंत्री 6 प्रधानमंत्रियों के साथ उन्होंने काम किया। बचपन में तो मेरे लिए कहीं ना कहीं ये गाली बन गई थी कि मैं स्कूल में जाता था, कॉलेज में अरे मंत्री का बेटा आ गया, मंत्री का बेटा आ गया। सो ये शुरू से देखा है। और अगर पद की लालसा होती 2020 का चुनाव, मैं अकेले नहीं लड़ता। हर वो राजनीतिक व्यक्ति जो राजनीतिक परिस्थितियों को समझता है, वो जानता है कि अगर 2020 का चुनाव मैं मौजूदा उस वक्त के एनडीए अलायंस में रहकर मैं लड़ता, तो मैं केंद्र में मंत्री 2020 में ही बन गया होता और बिहार में भी मेरे 3-4 मंत्री होते, जो उस वक्त की परिस्थितियां थी। बट उस वक्त भी मैंने अपने विचारों को ही लेकर, बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट की सोच को ही लेकर मैंने गठबंधन से अलग होने का फैसला लिया। तो ऐसे में मेरी मुख्यमंत्री बनने की या किसी पद पर जाने की कोई महत्वाकांक्षा नहीं है। मौजूदा परिस्थिति में तो वैकेंसी भी नहीं है। वी ऑलरेडी हैव अ चीफ मिनिस्टर इन प्लेस, वी ऑलरेडी हैव अ चीफ मिनिस्टर।
But we have elections coming in November, and Bihar could do with some youthful energy, something that you represent, something that a lot of your competitors also represent. You
Absolutely.
have Mr. Prashant Kishore, you have Mr. Kanhaiya Kumar. So there are a lot of youth leaders coming out of Bihar, promising a change in Bihar. तो उसमें आप नहीं अपना झंडा नहीं गाड़ेंगे कि आप मुझे
No,
वोट
of
दीजिए?
course. I mean, and this is good. You know, there's a very soft generational shift in my state, which is really nice. You know, I mean, we have always spoken and talked about the era of, you know, where my father was there, Adaniya Lalu ji was there, Nitish Kumar ji was there, you know, Sushil Kumar Modi ji was there. So that was also an era, you know, which was very dominant in Bihar politics for the longest time. But gradually we are seeing a generational change, we are seeing a generational shift taking place in my state, and I find this as the beauty of democracy, you know, where you have so many options to select from, you know. You have lot of young faces with young visions, with young ideas, with young ideology, and everybody is focusing to bring that change in Bihar. So I think the people of my state are very lucky to select from all of us with whomsoever that they believe in.
आपके जो पिताजी थे रामविलास पासवान जी बहुत ही लेजेंडरी लीडर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो भी हमेशा पीछे रहे, केंद्र में रहे, पर स्टेट में हमेशा उन्होंने साथ दिया सीएम का, पर सीएम की पद पे नहीं आए। आपकी पार्टी ने मांगा है कि उनको भारत रत्न दिया जाए, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा कुछ बताइए। और मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगी कि जैसे अभी आप कह रहे हैं कि आप सीएम नहीं बनना चाहते, देन यू आर फॉलोइंग योर फादर्स फुटस्टेप्स वंस अगेन।
देखिए, सबसे पहले भारत रत्न का आपने जिक्र किया, मैं उनका बेटा हूं। मेरा तो ये लालच रहेगा ही कि मेरे पिता को देश का सर्वोच्च सम्मान दिया जाए, बट व्यक्तिगत भावनाओं को एक तरफ रखते हुए मेरी पार्टी ने भी विधिवत तरीके से इसकी मांग रखी है सामने। और कारण है 50 साल से ज्यादा, ओवर 5 डेकेड्स राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में उनकी एक सक्रिय भूमिका रही। जैसा मैंने कहा कि 6 प्रधानमंत्रियों के साथ, और ये अपने में एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। इसी की वजह से उन्हें मौसम वैज्ञानिक भी कहा जाता था। बट अगर भारत की राजनीति में अगर आप राजनीतिक नब्ज को समझ पाए, तो ये अपने में भी एक बहुत बड़ी कला होती है। उन्होंने वीपी सिंह जी की सरकार में बतौर केंद्रीय मंत्री काम किया, देवेगौड़ा जी की सरकार में, आई.के. गुजराल साहब की सरकार में, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार में, मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार में, और मौजूदा प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के भी मंत्रिमंडल में वो बतौर केंद्रीय मंत्री उन्होंने अपनी भूमिका निभाने का काम किया। 2 बार उनका नाम गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड में दर्ज हुआ फॉर विनिंग बाय द हाईएस्ट मार्जिन। ये अपने में एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि। और उसके बाद जिस तरीके से सामाजिक न्याय को लेकर, सोशल जस्टिस को लेकर उन्होंने हर सरकार में एक अहम भूमिका निभाने का काम किया। आज की तारीख में शायद लोग इस बात के महत्व भी नहीं समझ पाए, बट आज जब कांग्रेस और ये तमाम नेता संविधान को लहराते हैं और बाबा साहेब का नाम लेते नहीं थकते। कल भी राहुल जी मेरे ही राज्य गए हुए थे और वहां पर जाकर वो जय भीम के नारे लगाते हुए बाबा साहेब के विचारों को वो याद कर रहे थे। ऐसे में सवाल उनसे भी बनता है कि आप जिनकी बात कर रहे हैं वो हमारे संविधान के निर्माता है, संविधान के रचयिता है, पर उनकी एक भी तस्वीर भारत की संसद में 89 तक नहीं थी। 89 तक उनकी एक भी तस्वीर भारत की संसद में नहीं थी, जबकि एक पार्टी के तो भूल जाइए, एक ही परिवार के 3-3 नेताओं की बतौर प्रधानमंत्री तस्वीर भारत की उस सेंट्रल हॉल में थी। ऐसे में आज जब ये लोग बाबा साहब का जिक्र करते हैं तो इनको ये याद होना चाहिए कि बाबा साहब की पहली तस्वीर भारत की संसद में मेरे नेता आदरणीय रामविलास पासवान जी जब वीपी सिंह जी की सरकार में श्रम एवं कल्याण मंत्री थे उस वक्त लगाई गई थी। उस वक्त बाबा साहब को भारत रत्न दिया गया था। तो जो लोग आज इन तमाम बातों को लेकर राजनीति करते हैं, बस उनको सिर्फ मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि मेरे पिता हैं, उनके योगदान को तो मैं सर्वोच्च रखूंगा ही, बट मेरे नेता हैं और उन्होंने देश के लिए ये तमाम ऐसे कार्य किए हैं जिन्होंने सामाजिक न्याय की व्यवस्था को मजबूत करने का काम किया। इसीलिए भारत रत्न की हम लोग मांग करते हैं। बट आपका जो पहला प्रश्न था कि मैं अगर बिहार नहीं जाऊंगा तो कारण वही होगा कि पापा भी यहीं पे थे। मैं बिहार जाऊंगा, बट बिहार किसी पद की लालच में मैं जाऊं, कतई नहीं। बिहार में बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट की सोच को कैसे धरातल पर उतार पाऊं, इस व्यवस्था के निर्माण के लिए जाऊंगा।
बिहार ऐसा स्टेट है जो कि नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए जाना चाहता था। हमारे पहले प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी बिहार से हैं। तो वहां से अब जो बिहार की बात होती है, अब बात होती है करप्शन, अब बात होती है खराब सड़कें, अब बात होती है कि बिहार में काम करना बहुत मुश्किल है, इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन बहुत पुअर है। तो आपका क्या विजन है बिहार के लिए, और आप कैसे, जो आपसे पहले नीतीश कुमार जी हैं, उससे पहले जो जितने भी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स रह चुके हैं, वो चेंज लाए हैं, पर जिस डिग्री पे चेंज होना चाहिए था, जिस स्केल पे चेंज होना चाहिए था, वो नहीं आ पाया है। तो आप क्या चेंज लाएंगे, आपकी क्या विजन है बिहार के लिए?
मेरे बिहार का एक गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है एंड आई फील सो प्राउड व्हेन आई से दिस कि बिहार एक ऐसी धरती रही है जो कई मायनों में जनक रही है अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में व्यवस्था निर्माण को लेकर। नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी का आपने जिक्र किया, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में मेरे प्रदेश की पहचान तब थी जब देश तो भूल जाइए दुनिया में किसी ने शिक्षा के महत्व को नहीं समझा था। दूसरे देशों से लोग आते थे नालंदा में शिक्षा तालीम हासिल करने के लिए। ऐसे में जब बिहार की गिरती शिक्षा व्यवस्था का जिक्र होता है मुझे तकलीफ होती है। एक से एक महापुरुषों की धरती रही है, जो लोग आस्था भी रखते हैं उनसे भी जुड़े हुए एक से एक महापुरुष। मेरी माता सीता की धरती है वो, गौतम बुद्ध की धरती है, भगवान महावीर की धरती है वो, गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी की धरती है वो, चाणक्य की धरती है, आर्यभट्ट की धरती है, देश के पहले राष्ट्रपति की वो धरती है। ऐसे में इतनी सारी संभावनाएं होने के बावजूद क्या कारण रहा कि आज मेरे प्रदेश की गिनती विकास के स्तर पर कई निचले पायदानों पर कई बार की जाती है। ऐसे में हम लोग को वो दशक भी याद करने की जरूरत है जब मेरे राज्य में सबसे ज्यादा पलायन हुआ, जब आदरणीय लालू जी की सरकार थी जिसको जंगल राज के नाम से जाना गया, जिस वक्त एक ऐसा समाज बना दिया गया जहां पे कोई भी बिहार में रहना नहीं चाहता था, और ये व्यवस्था दुर्भाग्यवश अभी तक भी चलती आ रही है। आज भी, मुझे टोकिएगा अगर मैं गलत बोल रहा हूं, पर आज भी बिहार में कोई भी एक सक्षम परिवार है वो जैसे ही थोड़ा सा भी सक्षम बनता है सबसे पहले अपने बेटा बेटी को पढ़ने के लिए बिहार से बाहर भेजता है। वो बच्चा बच्ची बिहार से बाहर जाता है, वहीं पे शिक्षा हासिल करता है, वहीं पे नौकरी करता है, वहीं पे घर खरीदता है, वहीं पे शादी करता है, वहीं पे बच्चे पैदा करता है और फिर उसी राज्य का होकर रह जाता है और अपने राज्य में प्रवासी कहलाता है। ये व्यवस्था जो 90 के दशक से बिगड़ी, इसको अभी तक हम लोग उस तरीके से संजो नहीं पाए। मैं ये श्रेय जरूर मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी को दूंगा कि काफी हद तक उसमें सुधार हुआ, उसमें बदलाव हुआ, काफी कार्य उनके द्वारा किए गए, पर अभी भी कई कार्य करने बाकी हैं, जिसकी जिम्मेदारी निभाने की सोच के साथ मैं बिहार जाना चाहता हूं।
चिराग जी, आपने बताया कि बिहार फर्स्ट, और आप बिहार की बहुत डेवलपमेंट करना चाहते हैं। बीमारू स्टेट्स का नाम जब लिया जाता है तो बी सबसे पहले आता है, विच इज फॉर बिहार। उत्तर प्रदेश सबसे एंड में आता है, यू। उसका उस स्टेट में बहुत काम किया जा रहा है। अगर आप कोई चीफ मिनिस्टर देखते हैं जो कि आप अपना रोल मॉडल समझते हैं, तो कोई सीएम है जो आपके जहन में आते हैं कि अगर आपको लगता है उनको देख के जो इन्होंने अपने स्टेट में किया है वैसा ही काम मैं अपने स्टेट में करना चाहूंगा?
ऑफ कोर्स, जिनका आपने जिक्र किया मेरे बगल का ही राज्य है और कई बार तो एक सांस में ही यूपी बिहार का नाम लिया जाता है और व्यवस्था को लेकर भी किया जाता था, बट हाल फिलहाल के वर्षों में अब नहीं होता है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं उत्तर प्रदेश ने विकास की राह पर अपने आप को एक तीव्र गति देने का कार्य किया है और पहचान उनकी एक विकसित राज्यों की श्रेणी में धीरे धीरे बनती जा रही है। और मुझे लगता है बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ, विद अटमोस्ट क्लैरिटी, द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश, उन्होंने अपने राज्य को आगे लेकर जाने का उन्होंने काम किया है, तो मैं चाहूंगा, बट साथ ही में हम लोग को ना ये एक और छोटी सी बात को समझना जरूरी है, जिसका जिक्र कई बार मेरे प्रधानमंत्री करते हैं, डबल इंजन की सरकार।
जी।
लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं पाते हैं कि डबल इंजन की सरकार क्यों जरूरी है। ये उत्तर प्रदेश उसका सबसे खूबसूरत उदाहरण है और मेरा बिहार भी उसका उतना ही खूबसूरत उदाहरण है, क्योंकि फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम बिहार में विरोधाभास की सरकारें रही। जब केंद्र में यूपीए की सरकार होती थी तो बिहार में एनडीए की सरकार होती थी, जब केंद्र में एनडीए की सरकार आई तो बिहार में महागठबंधन की सरकार आ गई। फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम ऑन अ स्ट्रेच ऑफ 27 लॉन्ग ईयर्स वी हैड डिफरेंट गवर्नमेंट्स एट द स्टेट लेवल एंड एट द सेंट्रल लेवल। इससे होता क्या है ना कि केंद्र सरकार की योजनाएं राज्य में धरातल पर नहीं उतरती, राज्य सरकार की परियोजनाओं को केंद्र स्वीकृति नहीं देता, राजनीतिक विरोधाभास के चलते, जिसकी वजह से मेरे राज्य ने काफी सफर किया। एक लंबे समय के बाद आज मेरे राज्य में डबल इंजन की सरकार है, केंद्र में इसका नेतृत्व मेरे प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे हैं, बिहार में हमारे मुख्यमंत्री कर रहे हैं। मैं चाहता हूं और मैं मानता हूं कि इस विधानसभा चुनाव परिणामों के बाद भी ये व्यवस्था ऐसे ही रहेगी एंड उसके बाद इन कमिंग 5 years मैं इसको एक गोल्डन एरा के तौर पर बिहार के लिए देखता हूं। मुझे लगता है अगले 5 साल बिहार काफी तेज गति से विकास के कार्यों में आगे बढ़ेगा।
तो आप योगी जी से इंस्पिरेशन लेते हैं?
बट डेफिनेटली आई डू बिलीव he's got utmost clarity in his work and vision.
All right. From an electoral point of view, we have elections coming in November. बिहार के इलेक्शंस हमेशा ही कास्ट इश्यूज पे लड़े गए हैं. Is that still an omnipresent issue in Bihar, or do you think things have changed? इस चुनाव के मुद्दे क्या रहेंगे?
Is that an issue? Sadly, yes. ये विडंबना है
And you're against caste-based politics.
मैं पूरी तरीके से इसके खिलाफ हूं और मुझे ये बात बहुत तकलीफ देती है। मैं जब नया नया राजनीति में आया था, जैसा मैंने कहा, मैं दिल्ली में मैं पला बड़ा, मुंबई में मैंने काम किया है और मैं जिस परिवार से आता हूं वहां पे जातीय व्यवस्था के कोई मायने नहीं है। ना घर पे कभी ऐसी बातों को लेकर चर्चा हुई, ना हमें कभी किसी तरीके का भेदभाव बताया, सिखाया, समझाया। व्यवस्था ये कभी चर्चा ही घर परिवार में नहीं हुई। तो मेरे लिए जब मैं राजनीति में सक्रिय हुआ और मैं बिहार राजनीतिक दृष्टि से जाने लगा तो मुझे बड़ा ताज्जुब होता था कि मुझसे आके जो मिलते थे, मुझसे भूमियार मिलते थे, राजपूत मिलते थे, ब्राह्मण मिलते थे, पिछड़ा मिलते थे, अति पिछड़ा मिलते थे, दलित मिलते थे, महादलित मिलते थे, मुसलमान मिलता था, बट कोई बिहारी नहीं मिलता था। तकलीफ मुझे इस बात की होती थी कि हम लोग इतनी जातियों में बढ़ गए हैं। और ये तो अभी मैं ऊपर की क्लासिफिकेशन बता रहा हूं, नीचे बाइफर्केशन और ज्यादा है कि उसमें और इतनी सारी जातियां। ये व्यवस्था ही मुझे समझ में नहीं आती थी और मेरे लिए हमेशा से ये कॉज ऑफ कंसर्न रहा है कि क्योंकि हम लोग एकजुट नहीं होते अपने राज्य में, इसीलिए हम लोग आज इस बटी हुई परिस्थिति की वजह से जो व्यवस्था निर्माण होनी चाहिए थी वो हम लोग नहीं कर पाए। जो लोग बिहार से बाहर निकल जाते हैं वो कतई इस बारे में नहीं सोचते। व्हेन आई ट्रैवल इंटरनेशनली एंड आई इंटरेक्ट विद बिहारी डायस्पोरा एंड देन आई आस्क देम that do you get benefited that you come from an upper caste or do you get neglected because you come from a backward caste? बोलते नहीं, यहाँ पे तो कोई इसका मतलब ही नहीं है। So I said you all have a equal playground here, right? और आप उतनी ही मेहनत करते हैं। ये सोच हम लोग को बिहार में लानी है, जो कि सैडली अभी नहीं है, बट मेरी उम्मीद मौजूदा पीढ़ी से है, आने वाली पीढ़ियों से। और इसीलिए मैं शिक्षा पे इतना ज्यादा जोर देता हूं। मैं खुद 21वीं सदी का पढ़ा लिखा युवा हूं। मैं चाहता हूं और मैं मानता हूं कि जब तक शिक्षित नहीं होगा हमारा राज्य, जब तक शिक्षा का अभाव रहेगा, कई ऐसे राजनीतिक दल और ऐसे राजनेता है, मैं खुद राजनीतिक दल से आता हूं, बट मुझे कतई कोई गुरेज नहीं है इस बात को स्वीकारने में कि कई राजनीतिक नेता और राजनीतिक दलों ने एक अहम भूमिका निभाई है हमारे समाज को बांटने में, जातियों में बांटने में, सांप्रदायिकता के आधार पर बांटने में, जो गलत है, जिससे मिलकर हम लोग को लड़ाई लड़नी है, जिसमें मुझे लगता है साथ मेरा आज की पीढ़ी देगी और आने वाली पीढ़ी
But
देगी।
you've spoken in favor of the caste census, which critics say will only aggravate that divide, which the data that government can use to do very targeted interventions. So how do you justify that, Chirag?
So how do I justify that? Because I know when I say these two things in the same line, so I might sound contradicting myself. But let me clarify this, that why do I want to have a caste-based census? Because As I said, that's sad, but that is the reality. ये दुखद है बट हकीकत है हमारे समाज की कि आज भी हम लोग जातियों में बढ़ते हैं और जाति के आधार पर भेदभाव के उदाहरण हम लोग के सामने आते हैं। संख्या कम ज्यादा डिबेटेबल, बट वो समाज में एक भेदभाव का वातावरण उत्पन्न करते हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर आज भी एक दलित युवक को घोड़ी पे चढ़ने से रोका जाता है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो एक दलित है। आज भी ऐसे उदाहरण हम लोग के सामने हैं जो कि सार्वजनिक मंचों पर भी सुनाई देते हैं। एक अधिकारी, एक पुलिस अधिकारी अपनी बारात निकालने के लिए उसको सुरक्षा की जरूरत पड़ती है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो एक पिछड़ा समाज से आता है। आज भी एक दलित परिवार को मंदिर में प्रवेश करने से रोका जाता है। आज भी ऐसी मानसिकता कम ज्यादा अगेन डिबेटेबल बट हमारे समाज में है जो जाति के आधार पर आपके साथ भेदभाव करते हैं। इसीलिए कई बार केंद्र सरकारें, राज्य सरकारें ऐसी योजनाओं का निर्माण करती हैं फॉर द अपलिफ्टमेंट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर कास्ट और उनका समावेश करने के लिए मुख्य धारा के साथ, मेन स्ट्रीम के साथ उनको जोड़ने के लिए। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूं कि जब राज्य या केंद्र की सरकारें इन योजनाओं का निर्माण करती हैं तो उनके पास उस जाति की आबादी भी होना जरूरी है, ताकि उसी के हिसाब से उस योजना का विस्तार किया जा सके, उसी के आधार पर उस योजना में राशि का आवंटन किया जा सके, ताकि उस जाति का समावेश हो सके मुख्य धारा के साथ। ऐसे में इन आंकड़ों का सरकार के पास होना जरूरी है, जो कि कई बार नहीं होते। कई बार कई विषयों पर माननीय न्यायालय ने भी मांगा कि भाई फलाना जाति की कितनी आबादी है, जो हम लोग के पास नहीं है। एंड इन द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम ये हुआ ही नहीं। लास्ट टाइम इट हैपेंड वाज ऑलमोस्ट 100 years बैक इन 1931। सो इसीलिए व्हाई आई एडवोकेट कि ये होना चाहिए, उसके पीछे का कारण ये है कि जब ये हमको जानकारी होगी तभी हम उनका समावेश करा पाएंगे, उचित रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन एवरी सेक्टर हम लोग करा पाएंगे।
All right. When we speak about, caste-based reservations also, are you for affirmative action or are you against affirmative action?
No, I do believe कि वो representation होना चाहिए, because for the longest time it has not happened and there are n number of castes and that is what creates a distress within them, because when they don't see themselves getting represented at a political level, at a socio-economic platforms, when they don't see their representation is when, they get distressed and then they, opt for various other platform. अब जो नक्सल की समस्या थी लंबे समय तक, उसमें कौन थे? यही ऐसे ही समाज के लोग थे जिनको लंबे समय तक सप्रेस किया गया। तो ऐसे में उन लोगों ने गलत रास्तों को चुनने का काम किया। भविष्य में ये नहीं हो, उसके लिए जरूरी है कि हर समाज का उचित रिप्रेजेंटेशन समाज की हर व्यवस्था में हो। इसी सोच के साथ मैं चाहता हूं कि जरूर इस व्यवस्था को, आरक्षण की इस व्यवस्था को और मजबूत किया जाए।
जी, चलिए बिहार से वापस दिल्ली आते हैं, फूड प्रोसेसिंग के बारे में बात करते हैं। अभी वी आर अंडरगोइंग वेरी इंटेंस नेगोशिएशंस विद द यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट की बात हो रही है। एग्रीकल्चर और फूड इंडस्ट्री जो है, अमेरिका चाहता है कि हमारे टैरिफ्स और कम किए जाएं ताकि वो अपने प्रोडक्ट्स यहाँ पे बेच सके। उसकी इम्प्लीकेशंस क्या होंगी और आप चाहेंगे कि इंडिया अपने टैरिफ्स कम करे इन एरियाज में?
Well, this is a very strong political narrative. I mean, that's a political, that's a policy topic. So I'll reserve my comments particularly on this topic. But then, yes, दो देशों के बीच में जिस तरीके से टैरिफ को लेकर यूएस और भारत और यूएस का कई और देशों के साथ, ये एक ऐसी बहस शुरू हुई है जिसको मुझे लगता है बहुत ही डिप्लोमेटिक वे में हम लोग को हैंडल करने की जरूरत है। इट्स एन एक्सट्रीमली सेंसिटिव टॉपिक, सो आई वुड रिजर्व माय कमेंट्स पब्लिकली बहुत ज्यादा इसके बारे में बात करने को लेकर। बट बीइंग द मिनिस्टर फॉर फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, मैं जरूर कह सकता हूं कि आज की तारीख में भारत के पास वो सामर्थ्य है कि हमें अधिकांश विषयों को लेकर कहीं दूर या दूसरे देशों की तरफ देखने की जरूरत नहीं है। वी हैव दैट पोटेंशियल एंड वी आर सो केपेबल दैट ना सिर्फ हम अपने देश का ध्यान रख सकते हैं बल्कि कई और देशों का ध्यान रख सकते हैं। मैं जिस मंत्रालय का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा हूं, इस मंत्रालय के माध्यम से इवेंचुअली ग्लोबली मैं चाहता हूं कि भारत अपने आप को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पर प्रस्तुत करे। And when I say this with utmost responsibility because we have that potential कि ना सिर्फ हम अपने देश की हंगर नीड्स को कैटर कर सकते हैं बल्कि कई और उन देशों की भी हम मदद कर सकते हैं जहां पे हंगर एक बड़ी समस्या है। ऐसे में दुनिया में ग्लोबली एक सॉफ्ट पावर के तौर पर थ्रू प्रोसेस्ड फूड हम लोग एक स्ट्रॉन्ग पेनिट्रेशन हम लोग कर सकते हैं, जिस दिशा में मैं और मेरा मंत्रालय कार्य कर रहा है। जब मैंने इस विभाग की जिम्मेदारी ली थी, या ना सिर्फ मेरी इस विभाग की जिम्मेदारी लेना बल्कि 2014 से अभी तक देखें हम लोग के एक्सपोर्ट्स ऑलमोस्ट डबल हुए हैं। हम लोगों ने कई और ऐसे देशों में अपना पेनिट्रेशन शुरू किया है जहां पे हम लोग की उपस्थिति इससे पहले नहीं थी। मेरे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से पीएलआई की एक स्कीम है जहां पे हम लोग इंसेंटिव्स देते हैं बड़े ऐसे हमारे देश के लीडर्स को जो इस इंडस्ट्री को लीड कर रहे हैं, जो कि ग्लोबली जाके अपनी पहचान और भारतीय पदार्थों की पहचान को बढ़ा सकें। मैं मानता हूं कि हर भारतीय खुश होता है जब वो विदेशों में जाता है, सुपरमार्केट में जाता है और जब उसको इंडियन ब्रांड्स वहां पे दिखाई देते हैं। तो धीरे धीरे इसको कैसे और हम लोग मजबूती दें, आई कैन से दिस वेरी ऑनेस्टली, अभी वी हैव नॉट इवन स्टार्टेड जितना हम लोग का पोटेंशियल है। भारत में खाद्य प्रसंस्करण को लेकर आई वुड वांट टू यूज दिस प्लेटफॉर्म टू मेंशन दिस ऑल्सो, काफी नेगेटिव पब्लिसिटी भी होती है। कई बार दुष्प्रचार किया जाता है कि भैया अगर इसको प्रोसेस कर दिया तो आपने इसकी गुणवत्ता निकाल दी। ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी, यू नो, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट फूड प्रोसेसिंग वी टॉक अबाउट वैल्यू एडिशन, बट हम लोग जैसे ही प्रोसेस बोलते हैं दैट बिकम्स इक्विवेलेंट टू बीइंग बैड। It's not bad. We are adding value to it.
But Chirag, I'd like to add here that in terms of rules and regulations in our country, they are a bit lax. So a lot of things are misadvertised. कोई प्रोडक्ट बोल देंगे कि मैदा नहीं है, चीनी कम है, बट होगा. सो इन्फोर्समेंट ऑफ रेगुलेशंस is another concern. Is that something that your ministry is looking into seriously?
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest concerns for me and my ministry, and we have a regulatory body called FSSAI, जो अलग-अलग खाद्य पदार्थों को लेकर regulations draft करती हैं. And I'm very happy to share this कि gradually, you know, we are leveling ourselves up to a level जहां पे हमारे standards are equivalent to the global standards also. उसका implementation मजबूती से धरातल पर हो, इस बात को भी मजबूती से वो व्यवस्था, वो इकोसिस्टम तैयार करके सुनिश्चित कराया जा रहा है। बिकॉज गाहे बगाहे कई बार ऐसी खबरें, ऐसी जानकारियां सामने आती हैं।
हाल ही में एक ग्लोबल कंपनी का नाम था और एक बहुत ही पॉपुलर स्नैक कि उसमें
हाँ, जिन्होंने उन रेगुलेशंस को फॉलो नहीं किया, उसके लिए भी कड़े प्रावधान, और बल्कि अब उन प्रावधानों को और ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट किया जा रहा है कि गलती से भी ऐसी गलती नहीं होनी चाहिए, वो अक्षम्य है। आप किसी के स्वास्थ्य के साथ आप खिलवाड़ नहीं कर सकते।
आप ये बात बोलते हैं कंपनीज को, क्योंकि आप तो बहुत बड़ी एफएमसीजी कंपनीज के साथ डील करते हैं।
बिल्कुल, और मैं इंडस्ट्री के साथ मैं निरंतरता में इसमें संवाद भी करता हूँ। आई वांट टू बिकम दैट ब्रिज। सी, एट द सेम टाइम आई वांट द इंडस्ट्री आल्सो टू ग्रो। आई वांट इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करेगी तो हम ग्रो करेंगे, बट एट द सेम टाइम इंडस्ट्री को भी ये समझना होगा कि गलत तरीके से शॉर्टकट लेकर आप भारत में आप ग्रो नहीं कर सकते। भारत का नेतृत्व आज की तारीख में एक ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे हैं जो कि बहुत स्पष्ट है कि ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा। ऐसे में किसी भी तरीके की मिलावट, एंड इज द रीजन व्हाई हम लोग रेगुलेशंस ना सिर्फ कड़े कर रहे हैं बल्कि उसके बाद जो दंड है उसको भी हम लोग इतना स्ट्रांग कर रहे हैं जिसमें आपकी हल्की सी भी भूल आपके ब्रांड को पूरी तरीके से समाप्त कर सकती है। उस स्तर तक हम लोग इसको लेकर
What kind of penalties and punishment are we looking at?
Of course, yes. And I'm not talking only about the penalties because penalties...
The jail time also.
Yes, of course. नहीं, to an extent कि भाई आपका पूरा ब्रांड नेम हम समाप्त कर सकते हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा, मैं कतई इस बात को हल्के में नहीं लूंगा कि आप किसी की भी सेहत के साथ खिलवाड़ करें सिर्फ थोड़े से एक्स्ट्रा बेनिफिट्स को लेकर या किसी प्रकार की लापरवाही को लेकर। मैं ये दोनों ऑप्शंस में लेकर चल रहा हूं। हमेशा सिर्फ आर्थिक ही नहीं होती है, कई बार कुछ लोग लापरवाही भी कर जाते हैं जो कि बहुत गलत है। उस पे भी हम लोग को स्ट्रिक्ट होने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आपकी हल्की सी चूक सामने वाले की सेहत, उसके जीवन पे बात आ सकती है। और ये बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है जब आप किसी को खाना देते हैं। खाना परोसना बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। इसीलिए हम लोग माँ के हाथ के खाने को इतना महत्व देते हैं, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि सबसे ज्यादा सुरक्षित है तो वही है। इस भूमिका में ये कंपनी है और इस भूमिका की गंभीरता को इनको पहचानना होगा।
तो हम किसी कंट्री से इंस्पिरेशन ले रहे हैं अपने फूड रेगुलेशंस पे? इज ईयू a country that we have
See, we are developing our own standards because there are a lot of products, and India is so blessed because of the geographic placement of our country. You know, we have n number of varieties when it comes to food. हमारे पास हिली टेरेन्स हैं, तो हमारे पास वाटर बॉडीज हैं, हमारे पास वैरायटी, और यही हमारी खूबसूरती भी है बिकॉज इतनी डाइवर्स लैंडस्केप है हम लोग के पास, तो अलग अलग उत्पादन है। तो संभवतः कई ऐसी चीजें हैं जो कि प्रसंस्करण में शायद दूसरे देश नहीं जानते, बल्कि उसमें हम लोग लीडर्स बन रहे हैं उन रेगुलेशंस को लेकर। और खाद्य प्रसंस्करण से तो हम लोग सदियों से जुड़े रहे हैं, ये हमारी घर की परंपराओं का हिस्सा रहा है। मैंने घर में नानी दादी को देखा है पापड़ बनाते हुए, अचार बनाते हुए, घर पे दही को जमाते हुए। वो बात अलग है कि अब हम लोग मंगवा लेते हैं, ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर कर देते हैं, बट उस व्यवस्था का भी अनुभव हम सब ने किया। खासतौर पे हम लोग की पीढ़ी ने तो किया ही है, अगली पीढ़ी का मैं नहीं कह सकता, बट हमारी पीढ़ी वो कनेक्ट जरूर है जो उस व्यवस्था को भी जानती थी जब ऑनलाइन चीजें नहीं होती थी, जब हम लोग के पास कॉमन रेफरेंस पॉइंट्स होते थे, टू दिस पीढ़ी जिनके पास ऑप्शंस ही ऑप्शंस है खाने को लेकर। तो हम लोग प्रसंस्करण से शुरू से हम लोग जुड़े रहे हैं, सो वी आर इन अ वे लीडर्स इन प्रोसेसिंग।
ओके, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट जीएसटी। स्पेशली प्रोसेस फूड को लेकर बहुत कंफ्यूजन है। पॉपकॉर्न, अगर खुला पॉपकॉर्न ले तो उसका टैक्स कम है, मूवी थिएटर में खाएं तो बहुत ज्यादा है। ये सब जो कंफ्यूजन है चिराग जी, ये आप इसको कंक्लूड करके ही बिहार जाएंगे वापस कि दिस इज गोइंग टू रिमेन?
मैं जरूर चाहूंगा कि मैं इसको कंक्लूड कर सकूं, बिकॉज इंडस्ट्री में भी कई बार इस विषय को लेकर चिंताएं सामने आती हैं। कई बार मैं इंडस्ट्री की भावना को भी समझता हूं, बट जब अपने कंसर्न्स को मैं उचित मंच पर रखता हूं तो वहां की मजबूरियों को, क्योंकि सरकार का हिस्सा हूं, मैं वो भी समझ पाता हूं। तो मैं एक दोहरी भूमिका में हूं, जैसा मैंने कहा कि मैं ब्रिज बनना चाहता हूं इंडस्ट्री और सरकार के बीच में, बट उस ब्रिज बनने की वजह से मैं इस एंड की परेशानियों को भी समझता हूं, तो उस एंड की परेशानियों को भी समझता हूं। आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू फिगर आउट अ मिडल वे, जहां पे पॉलिसी मेकर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री साथ में बैठकर, जहां पे उनको भी किसी तरीके की समस्या ना हो और इधर भी किसी तरीके की समस्या ना हो। एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जब आप जीएसटी की बात करते हैं तो जीएसटी काउंसिल is the final authority to take these decisions, but समय समय पर जिस बदलाव जो मुझे उचित लगते हैं वो मैं जरूर जीएसटी काउंसिल के सामने मैं रखता हूं। वित्त मंत्री साहिबा से भी मुलाकात करके उनके भी संज्ञान में इन विषयों को देने का काम करता हूं। कई ऐसे बदलाव किए भी गए हैं, फैसले लिए भी गए हैं, कई ऐसे बदलाव हैं जो कि इंडस्ट्री डेस्परेटली चाहती है लिए जाएं, जिसको लेकर टॉक्स आर ऑन, एंड आई जस्ट होप म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल सरकार और इंडस्ट्री दोनों के लिए हो ऐसे फैसले हम लोग ले पाए आने वाले दिन।
काउंसिल लिसनिंग टू यू? आर यू बैटिंग फॉर अ सिंगल रेट ऑफ पॉपकॉर्न?
जहां पे वो कर पाते हैं जरूर करते हैं, बट अभी कई ऐसे विषय हैं जिनको लेकर चर्चाएं चल रही हैं। दोनों तरफ से एक एक कदम आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। मैं मानता हूं जल्द काफी चीजें समय के साथ भी बेहतर होती हैं, जैसे हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत होती जा रही है और जैसा अगले 4 सालों में हम लोग मानते हैं कि भारत 5वीं से तीसरी सबसे मजबूत अर्थव्यवस्था की ओर बढ़ेगा, तो मुझे लगता है कई ऐसे रिलैक्सेशंस हैं और जो हम लोग इंडस्ट्री को आने वाले दिनों में दे पाएंगे।
चिराग, आप काफी यंग है, ऑल ऑफ 42, बट यू हैव सीन सो मच ऑफ लाइफ. Everybody knows your age.
No, I don't know.
You're a public figure.
Like this is a new young, 42.
42, that's the irony of it. That is the irony of it. 42 is the new young in politics.
Right.
So, but at a very young age, you've seen so much of life up close. You've seen your loved ones leave you. You were talking to me about you being thrown out of your home where you grew up. इतना सब कुछ देखने के बाद, to collect yourself once again, to fight elections, to build another brand new party, pretty much all by yourself. How did you do it? What are the lessons that you've learned?
Oh, lot of lessons, and I don't think I can be more blessed to go through the hardship. क्योंकि जब जिंदगी आपको सिखाती है ना, उससे बेहतर सीख और कोई नहीं होती. एंड सूनर द बेटर दैट यू गो थ्रू ऑल दिस. जितनी जल्दी आप विपरीत परिस्थितियों से आप गुजर जाते हैं, उतनी जल्दी जिंदगी को आप समझ जाते हैं. और जो मैंने किया, after losing my father one after the other, there were like hailstorms in my life, and it was like a roller coaster life. Every day was a different day, and there was a disaster coming my way almost every regular interval. मैंने पापा के जाने के बाद पार्टी खोई, परिवार से मुझे निकाला गया. जिस घर का आप
सब
जिक्र
कुछ
कर
खोया, परिवार, पार्टी, सब कुछ खोया.
everything. I had nothing to an extent. I didn't know where to go. जिस दिन मेरा सामान सड़क पे फेंका गया था, जिस घर में मैं 34 साल से रह रहा था, एंड आई डोंट वांट टू साउंड इमोशनल, आई डोंट वांट टू मेक इट ड्रामेटिक, बट होता है. मतलब उस घर के अलावा मेरी कोई याद ही नहीं ना. 7 साल के बच्चे की उससे पहले की क्या ही यादें होंगी, किसी की नहीं होती हैं. तो मेरी तो जितनी यादें हैं सिर्फ उसी घर की थी. आई डिडंट इवन गेट अ मोमेंट टू स्टैंड एंड रजिस्टर दैट हाउस. फाइनली मुझे निकाल दिया गया था. एनीवेज, इन सारी चीजों को, इन सारी परिस्थितियों को आप दो तरीके से ले सकते हैं. आइदर बी अ क्राई बेबी एंड सिट एंड क्राई कि मैंने किसका क्या बिगाड़ा और मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ, या फिर बी अ फाइटर एंड आप उन परिस्थितियों का डटकर सामना करें एंड गेट योरसेल्फ बैक, बाउंस बैक करें. मैंने दूसरा विकल्प चुना. मैंने कभी इन परिस्थितियों को मुझे कमजोर नहीं बनने दिया, बल्कि अपनी कमजोर यादों को संजो के रखा, मुझे मजबूत बनाने के लिए. और हर एक परिस्थिति से मैं लड़ता रहा, जूझता रहा. धार्मिक हूं, पूजा पाठ में मैं विश्वास रखता हूं. मुझे लगता है उस चीज में मुझे बहुत आस्था थी. मेडिटेट बहुत करता हूं, ध्यान बहुत लगाता हूं. मेडिटेशन ने मुझे बहुत आस्था दी कि कभी विपरीत परिस्थितियों में मुझे डिप्रेस नहीं होने दिया, मुझे टूटने नहीं दिया. एट द सेम टाइम आज जब बेहतर परिस्थितियां हैं, मैं केंद्र में मंत्री हूं, बिहार चुनाव की और हम लोग जा रहे हैं, बेहतर प्रदर्शन की मैं उम्मीद रखता हूं. मेरा दिमाग भी खराब नहीं होता है. ये नहीं कि मैंने सब पा लिया तो मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया.
कितनी सीटों की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं?
अच्छी उम्मीदें रखता हूं, मैनिफेस्ट करता हूं, अपने मैनिफेस्टेशन में विश्वास रखता हूं. परिणाम देखिएगा, ना सिर्फ अच्छी सीटें मेरे को लड़ने को मिलेंगी, बल्कि मैं जीत कर भी लाऊंगा. लोकसभा में 100% का स्ट्राइक रेट रहा, अच्छा स्ट्राइक रेट बिहार में भी दूंगा.
कोई नंबर देंगे आप हमें?
ऑफ कोर्स.
कितनी सीटें?
गठबंधन की मर्यादा को तोड़ूंगा. अगर मैं कोई भी संख्या की चर्चा सार्वजनिक मंच पे गठबंधन के भीतर करने से पहले करूं, तो मैं उस मर्यादा को बनाए रखूंगा. जैसी ये चर्चा गठबंधन के भीतर हो जाएगी, सबसे पहले साझा करूंगा यहां पर.
देखिए, आपने कहा कि आप मेडिटेट करते हैं, आप अपना फेथ बहुत अनअबैशेडली दिखाते भी हैं, लेकिन आप अपने फेथ को अपनी पॉलिटिक्स से कलर नहीं करते. लेकिन जिस पार्टी के आप अलायंस पार्टनर हैं, वहां की पॉलिटिक्स थोड़ी अलग है. जैसे अभी हाल ही में एक नेता है मध्य प्रदेश के, उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट दी. हमारी जो सोफिया कुरैशी जी हैं, उनके बारे में कुछ बोला. How do you feel about that, and how do you strike that balance? Because that is not your politics.
That is not.
That is not your politics. So then, what do you feel about such situations?
नहीं, and I've been very open and upfront. आपने आज मुझसे सवाल पूछा, मैं छूटते ही मैं बोलता हूं कि शर्मनाक बयान है. इससे ज्यादा निंदनीय ये बयान नहीं होना चाहिए, और कोई बयान नहीं हो सकता. मेरी पार्टी के अगर वो सदस्य होते, अभी तक मैं उनको अपनी पार्टी से उम्र भर के लिए निकाल देता. बट वो मेरी पार्टी नहीं है. मैं गठबंधन के भीतर अपनी से बातों को रख सकता हूं. जब गठबंधन के साथियों के द्वारा हिंदू मुस्लिम किया जाता है, मैंने उस पर भी एतराज, मैंने खुले मंचों से मैंने जाहिर किया. बट फिर इस पे मेरा विश्वास मेरे प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति आता है, जो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबके विश्वास की बात करते हैं. जब तक द हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, जब तक उनके मुंह से कोई ऐसी बातें नहीं निकलती, देश की 140 करोड़ जनता को विश्वास है कि किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं होगा. हर जगह कुछ ऐसे असामाजिक तत्व होते हैं, हर संगठन में होते हैं, परिवारों में भी कई बार ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो परिवार की सोच के खिलाफ अपनी बातों को रखते हैं. ये ऐसे लोग हर जगह होते हैं. ऐसे में जरूर उनको कड़ा संदेश दिया जाना चाहिए. जैसा मैंने कहा, मेरी पार्टी के सदस्य होते, मैं उम्र भर के लिए उनको अभी तक निकाल चुका होता मेरी पार्टी से. गठबंधन में मेरी सीमाएं हैं, एक हद के बाद जाके मैं चीजों को कह नहीं सकता. बट इससे ज्यादा शर्मनाक बयान और कोई नहीं हो सकता.
Can we get a big round of applause, please, on that? चिराग, अगर आपको बहुत बहुत लोग बहुत डिफरेंट तरीके से डिस्क्राइब करते हैं, आपको मोदी जी का हनुमान भी बोला जाता है। ऐसा क्यों बोला जाता है? आपने कब बेल आउट किया था मोदी जी को?
ये 2020 विधानसभा चुनाव के दौरान एक प्रकरण हुआ था। किसी कारणवश मैं एनडीए से अलग होकर मैंने चुनाव लड़ा था, बट एनडीए से अलग भी हुआ था तो बिहार का एक क्षेत्रीय दल है जिसके खिलाफ मैंने अपने प्रत्याशी उतारे थे, और भाजपा के खिलाफ मैंने प्रत्याशी नहीं उतारे थे क्योंकि मेरा समर्पण मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रति हद से ज्यादा है। मैं बहुत ज्यादा मेरे प्रधानमंत्री से प्यार करता हूं, और जिंदगी में जब तक मेरे प्रधानमंत्री हैं उनके खिलाफ मेरे जहन में कोई सोच भी नहीं आ सकती, उसका अंश भी नहीं आ सकता। तो मैं बहुत क्लियर था कि भले मैं गठबंधन से अलग होकर मैं चुनाव लड़ूंगा, बट मेरे प्रधानमंत्री जी की पार्टी के सामने मेरा प्रत्याशी नहीं रहेगा। उस वक्त मैंने बाकी तमाम सीटों पर 137 सीटों पर मैंने अपने प्रत्याशी उतारे आउट ऑफ 243 सीट्स, जिसमें भाजपा की सीटों पे मैंने प्रत्याशी नहीं उतारे थे। उस वक्त क्योंकि ये लग रहा था कि क्या मैं भाजपा के का साथ दे रहा हूं और इसलिए मैंने प्रत्याशी नहीं उतारे, तो मेरे ऊपर कई बार टीका टिप्पणी की गई और कहा गया कि आप प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर का इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे। मैं इतनी राजनीतिक मेरी बुद्धि थी कि मैं नहीं करूंगा। जब ऑफिशियल अलायंस नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो मैं कैसे उनका इस्तेमाल कर सकता हूं। बट वो इतनी बार बोल दिया गया ना कि मैंने रिएक्शन में, एंड आई थिंक इन वन ऑफ द लाइव इंटरव्यूज समबडी सेड कि ऑपोजिशन ये कह रहा है कि आप उनकी तस्वीरों का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते, तो उस वक्त मैंने बोला कि मुझे जरूरत ही नहीं है। जिनको जरूरत है वो होर्डिंग पे मेरे प्रधानमंत्री की तस्वीर का इस्तेमाल करें। मेरे प्रधानमंत्री मेरे दिल में बसते हैं, चाहेंगे तो मैं दिल चीर के दिखा दूंगा उनकी जगह मेरे दिल में, इसलिए होर्डिंग पे मुझे तस्वीर लगाने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो वहां से फिर ये शुरू हुआ, एंड अगले दिन इन वन ऑफ द लीडिंग न्यूज़पेपर फ्रंट पेज पर मैं देखता हूं कि मेरा एक कैरिकेचर, एक कार्टून बना हुआ है जिसमें मैं हनुमान बना हुआ हूं और अंदर प्रधानमंत्री जी की तस्वीर है। तो वहां से ये शुरू हुआ। बट आई लाइक दिस, आई हैव नो इश्यूज। इससे ज्यादा खूबसूरत बात मेरे लिए और नहीं हो सकती।
There was an image that went viral of the Prime Minister patting you with a lot of love and affection. So, what was that moment there? I think it happened at a rally in Bihar.
So that happened in that rally in Bihar. जरूर जब वो इस बार चुनाव प्रचार के लिए आए थे, बट मेरे लिए सबसे खूबसूरत लम्हा वो था जब मैं वापस ऑफिशियली एनडीए अलायंस में गया था। ये जुलाई का समय था, लोकसभा चुनाव से ठीक पहले, जब 38 दलों का गठबंधन एनडीए ने बनाया था जिसका नेतृत्व प्रधानमंत्री जी कर रहे थे, और मैं उस बैठक में एक लंबे समय के बाद ऑफिशियली मैं एनडीए के सहयोगी के तौर पे मैं मौजूद हुआ था। उस वक्त मैं आई वॉज द सिंगल सांसद ऑफ माई पार्टी। मैं वहां पे मैं शामिल हुआ था। उस वक्त बहुत समय के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी से रूबरू मुलाकात हुई और उन्होंने जिस तरीके से मेरा हाथ खींचकर मुझे गले से लगाया और मेरा सर अपने कंधे पे रखकर उन्होंने मेरी पीठ थपथपाई, वो मेरे लिए बहुत खूबसूरत पल था। और जिस पल का आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, वो हाजीपुर आए थे मेरे प्रचार में, और ना सिर्फ उन्होंने मेरी पीठ थपथपाई बल्कि उन्होंने मैं जरूर चाहूंगा, जरूर यूट्यूब पे आप सब सुने, जो 5 मिनट तक उन्होंने मेरे बारे में कहा
जी।
और उस वक्त मुझे एहसास हुआ कि देश का एक प्रधानमंत्री, और मैं सारे अपने सांसदों को बोलता हूं कि प्लीज बी मोर एक्टिव एंड प्रेजेंट एंड वेल रेड व्हेन यू कम टू द पार्लियामेंट, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिक्र किया 2014 से 2019 तक मेरी 100% अटेंडेंस थी पार्लियामेंट में। आई डिडंट मिस इवन अ सिंगल डे, और मैं मैक्सिमम आवर्स मैं बैठता था। भले मैं डिबेट में मैं पार्टिसिपेट नहीं भी कर रहा हूं, पर मैं सुनता था। और मैं ये मानता हूं, आप जितना सुनते हैं, यू नीड टू बी अ गुड लर्नर टू बी अ गुड लीडर। तो आप जितना सुनेंगे आप उतना आप समझेंगे। मैं अभी भी अकेले बैठता हूं, मेरे पिता के पुराने इंटरव्यूज, अटल जी के पुराने इंटरव्यूज, उनके भाषण, सुषमा जी के भाषण लोकसभा में, मैं वो सब मैं सुनता रहता हूं बैठे बैठे। तो मैं पार्लियामेंट में ही बैठा सुनता था। सोचिए, देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने इतनी छोटी सी बात को भी नोटिस किया और उन्होंने इस बात को पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की बैठक में बोला, जिसका जिक्र उन्होंने उस सभा में किया कि उस वक्त मैंने कहा कि देखिए, चिराग से सीखने की जरूरत है, कितनी तैयारी के साथ आता है। और उन्होंने बोलते बोलते बहुत प्यार से ये भी बोला, बोलते बोलते वो भावनाओं में बहकर सार्वजनिक मंच में मुझे तू ता करके उन्होंने कहा कि अरे इसको तो मैंने ये, तो उनको एहसास हुआ। उन्होंने कहा कि सॉरी, मैं थोड़ा सा तू तड़ाक करके इससे बातें कर रहा हूं, बट मैंने इसको हमेशा अपने बेटे की तरह देखा है, इसलिए मैं ये बातें कह रहा हूं। तो उनके ये शब्द, इससे ज्यादा खूबसूरत, इससे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण मेरे लिए और कुछ नहीं हो सकता। उम्र भर का समर्पण इसीलिए उनके प्रति है।
तो आप अलायंस में रहेंगे फिर बीजेपी?
मैं मेरे प्रधानमंत्री से अलग होने की सोच जहन में भूल से भी नहीं ला सकता हूं।
चलिए, मेरा आखिरी सवाल, इस दिन अगले साल आप अपने आप को कहां देखते हैं?
इस दिन अगले साल मैं अपने आप को बिहार में और ज्यादा सक्रिय भूमिका में देखता हूं। जिस पद पर या जिस कार्यालय के भीतर आप चाह रही हैं उस कार्यालय में मैं जरूर जाऊंगा मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी से मुलाकात करने, बिहार फर्स्ट बिहारी फर्स्ट की योजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने। तो इस भूमिका में अगले साल इस दिन हम लोग रहेंगे।
So I think then my colleagues who want to track your beat need to rethink. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
Big
you.
Round of applause for Chirag Paswan. We wish you the very best.
Chirag Paswan, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that was an interesting session indeed. And in today's India, moving on to the next one then, Digital India is far more than just a slogan. It represents a transformative vision to empower 1.4 billion citizens through access, opportunity and digital inclusion. The aim is to really ensure that every individual not only adopts digital tools but also leverages them meaningfully for growth, empowerment and protection in an increasingly connected world. Now this national mission is being propelled not only by the government but also by key contributors from the private and public sectors. One such significant contributor to this digital movement is the National Internet Exchange of India, or NIXI as we know it. And now, to talk to us a little bit more about that, may I please request on stage Dr. Devesh Tyagi, CEO of NIXI, and joining him on conversation is going to be my colleague Chandra. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you all very much. That was quite a scintillating session with the Minister. A lot of headlines there. But Dr. Devesh Tyagi, thank you very much for for coming on the Powering Bharat Summit. Very few people would know the importance of an entity like NIXI. You manage the .in domain for India. You play a huge role not only in India's digital infrastructure but also its digital sovereignty in terms of routing internet access to ensure that it's within the country. You work with internet service providers. Thank you for talking to us. And I just want to start by asking you, how have the last 2-3 weeks been for you as such a critical entity? We had the additional secretary of METI earlier in the day, and he said that they spent a lot of time protecting India from cyber attacks in the last 2-3 weeks. So tell us about how it's been for NIXI, the role that you have played in securing digital India.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Network 18.
Yeah. Just keep it closer.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Network 18 for inviting me here. I would like to say that journey of NIXI started way back in 2003, and we started with exchange point across the country. Exchange point is nothing but it is interconnection of ISPs, which was established to keep our data which is meant for the country, that routing should happen within the country.
Right.
So this was primarily to ensure that the network or internet, what we call network of networks, is accessible to one and all without any delay. Because in case data goes outside and it is routed from other places, there is a significant delay in accessing the internet. So thinking of the solution, the exchange points were established and routing was made in such a manner that whatever data we are going to send within the country shall remain within the network of NIXI. So this was established. We had started with 4 exchange points. As on date, we are having around 77 exchange points, and primarily most of them are in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So we work on a slogan which we call it at Internet for All. What our motive is that the services which is accessible to a common person in metro cities should also be available to that common person which is far from metro cities.
Right.
Say suppose in Tier 2 cities, in hilly regions, they should be able to access the internet in the same manner. After that, we started with .in domain, that was around 2014, and we call it as CCTLD, Country Code Top Level Domain. And .in domain, when we started with around, I would say that 1,000 domains only. And presently, as on day which I speak to you, we are having 42 lakhs domain at our
Wow, 42
in our
lakh
registry.
.in domains.
Yeah.
Right.
And
But sir,
we
just to interject you there, for people who might find this a little technical, why is this so important? Because I remember even the RBI recently told banks
Yes.
that, you need to have .in. So it should
Correct.
be an ICICI Bank .in, HDFC Bank .in, not .com.
Correct.
Why is that important? How does it protect me and them?
Okay. So when we call it a .in domain, it is basically managed by a country. .in means .india, and NICSI is the agency which has been appointed by Ministry of Electronics IT to look after this particular domain. So there are two things. One is called as CCTLD, another is called as GTLD, General Top Level Domains. So when we call it as CCTLD, the rules can be framed by the country itself or the
Right.
agency itself who is managing that particular domain. For GTLD, there are global rules which we can't interfere. So in case we want to make .in domain more secure, we can have our own policies. So to give you an example, we manage it generally through RAA. We call it Registrar Accreditation Agreement. So we had revised that agreement around 6 months back, and that is still under implementation, wherein we had made certain provisions to make it safe and secure. And the extension of that was given, this particular proposal has come because you see there was a study by Certain around a year back, and in which it was found that total frauds which are happening in our country, out of that 67% fraud are happening in the name of financial institutions and the banks.
Yeah.
So what will people generally are fraud? They will be sent a link, and then people will click on that, and they will be in the in the firing line. So to avoid this, what we had proposed, the IBI has they had come forward and they had approached Ministry of Electronics and IT that how to curb these. So we had thought and we had come out that we'll be creating .bank.in zone and for the financial for the banks, and .fin.in for financial institutions. So, and under these domains, a RBI appointed agency will be managing the allocations. So suppose say there is a SBI.bank.in. So that allocation will be done by IDBRT, which is the SBI appointed agency. So since IDBRT is knowing the ministry, they are part of the Ministry of Finance and RBI, they will be allocating not to the fraudulent people. They will ensure that it goes to the genuine pure person.
So it enhances the trust.
So it will enhance the trust. Any link which will be coming in from bank.in and fin.in, the users of our country should see that it is the only genuine link which is for the banking transactions.
So ensure you check that
so it has
domain
already
link. Next time, don't click on fraudulent FedEx links.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So it has already started implementing, and next 6 months, first of all, bank.in, all the banks will be migrated to bank.in, and it will happen within 6 months, and fin.in will start thereafter. So I would say that in around 1 year, these all things will be in place, and these two zones will be saving our countrymen's what we get hard-earned money or whatever from the frauds.
Right. What sort of investments have you had to make in improving cyber security, in fending, attacks from foreign agents? Because people expect that, there is a lot of warfare that is fought in cyber.
Correct.
Like what the Additional Secretary also said, that they were busy fending off cyber attacks in the last couple of weeks. Is India prepared for such a scenario? Because the Chinese have also invested a lot in advanced technology. How are we preparing for that?
Primarily, one more function which my agency do is about the allocation of IPv4 and IPv6 addresses. So we ensure that whatever allocations are done, they are done with the proper scrutiny. So we ask them for what purpose you are taking these addresses, and then we keep track of those allocated addresses as well. So all the basis of internet working is these IPv4, IPv6 addresses. Any fraud will happen, I think definitely we should be able to, because we can't curb all the, we can try to minimize the frauds, but we can't curb them. So we are ensuring that in a case any fraud is done, the person is identifiable that from where this fraud has happened. This is the first thing which we are doing. Second thing what we are trying to do is that we are now creating zones like I had given, that bank.in and fin.in. So for all other services also we are in talk, that like we are in talk with MSME ministry, MSME.in may come. We are in talk with the tourism ministry, that tourism.in may come. So these zones will be saving our things, because these zones will be managed by the agency, which will ensure the safety and security of even those things. First of all, that whatever zones we are creating under .in, they are in safe itself. But allocations under that will also be manned by, or it will also be done by the agency which is nominated by that particular ministry. So it will help us in curbing those things.
Right.
Another thing which we are trying to do is that whatever our .in domains we are allocating, we had through that RRA I told you, Registrar Accreditation Agreement, we had made now eKYC mandatory. So all the allocations which will be done under .in domain will be all safe and secure, because we are already asked them all the details of that particular domain, and we have done even dual authentication also, that they had to provide an email address and a valid mobile number as well. So those persons will not come on our .in domain which are having any other intentions.
Right. The other thing that I want to understand, you recently, I think you all had a competition to encourage more Indian companies to come up with browsers.
Right.
Just like you have Chrome and Mozilla and Internet Explorer, which is no longer there now.
Right.
And I think Zoho won this challenge. They are working on an Ola browser.
Right.
Again, how will this help us? Does it have an impact on how the algorithms work, how the search results work? What potential do you see for India in that space?
Correct. So I will say this in two parts. First part, what we are trying to do is that you are all aware that HTTP, that protocol to access the web, everybody knows that. And that HTTPS is made safe and secure.
Yeah, I usually check, is it HTTPS?
S.
colon?
So S means it
It's
is
secure.
It
Yeah.
is safe and secure. So currently we are not able to provide HTTPS. We have to take it from the outside country, or there are global players from which we take HTTPS. So what we had started is that along with the CCA, we call it our controller of certifying agency, which gives certification in our country. We had started a project, and that project is under implementation. It will be implemented in next 1 year. We will have our own root web trust certified
So
security
we will have
server.
our own version of HTTPS.
HTTPS. So this will help us in two ways. First of all, that all the browsing patterns which currently our country or whatever when we are browsing our internet, it is going to the outside world. It will remain within the country.
Data localization.
Yes, whatever browsing pattern, because whatever site we are accessing, because once we are saying HTTPS, it is validated from the outside country. It will remain within the country. Second thing is that we had run a browser challenge now. So because in case suppose say war or something, suppose our cables are cut and then we are not, or some other problems are there, then we had thought that we should have our own country's browser. So along with the browser and this HTTPS, we will make our internet access more safe and secure, and we will be able to implement the policies which our Ministry of Electronics IT will decide.
So basically be self-reliant at every level, from browser to
Correct.
the HTTPS.
So we had started from IPv4, IPv6 addresses, then we are going to browser level, then we are going to HTTPS. So we are trying to put everything in place so that we are basically Atmanirbhar Bharat in these things.
Right, digitally Atmanirbhar.
Digitally Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Final few minutes. So I'm just going to ask you, how are you using AI? I mean, are you worried about how, how it will impact in terms of cyber attacks? How are you using it at NIXI to develop some of these new solutions? Or is it helping you detect threats? How are you using AI?
Basically, currently what we are trying to do is that we are creating a database of people who had done fault previously. So we will keep their email address, mobile number in one record, and once a person or a intruder which tries to access or try to get allocated new domain.
That's like a blacklist.
Yeah, that's like a blacklist. So in case he once again try to use that email address or the mobile number to again get some other domain, we will restrict it at the registry level. So we will not be allocating that level, that particular domain to him, because it has a history, unless he proves it otherwise. Second thing which why we are trying to do is that we are now trying to bring in the blockchain implementation. It has started at the global level right now. The policies are being formed, and how it will be implemented, that is still the certain what you call it is in the starting stage. The people are still testing it. But we had also started consultation with ICANN, and that we will be implementing blockchain and AI in our registry software in future as well.
Right. When you look at Indian companies, younger Indian companies, do they want .in domains? Do they want .com domains? What trends are you seeing there?
I would like to tell about my .in domain only and what are its advantages. Thing is that we are now coming with internet resilience policy for our country. So what we are trying to do is that in case, suppose say internet is cut off, all the landing cables are cut off, then our countrymen should be able to access all the critical services. With the critical services, I would like to say like health, like travel, and other such services like banking. So these services should not be impacted. So under internet resilience, we will be using .in domain, our exchange point, because you see all the ISPs, if in case they are connected to some exchange point, and then those exchange points are interconnected and managed by root server of .in domain, because we are authoritative, we are having the authoritative server for .in domain. So all those people who are having IP address from NIXI, they are, if in case they are having .in domain, that can be resolved, that is allotted by NIXI, that will be able to resolve. We will be able to give these critical services to our government. And I am thankful to my ministry, they had written to all the other ministries and department that they should now migrate to .in domains, so that we can provide that critical services to our countrymen through internet resilience policy which we are planning.
Great. On that note, thank you very much, Dr. Devesh Tyagi ji. A huge round of applause for Dr. Devesh Tyagi and NIXI, which clearly plays a very crucial role in ensuring India's internet resilience. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am.
All right, thank you so much for that. Let's move on now, ladies and gentlemen, to our next discussion. We often talk about how the future of our states, our cities is so critical for the future of Bharat. And we now have a very special panel to talk to us exactly about that. How do we make our cities smart? How does Viksit Bharat actually translate on our roads, on our services, in traffic jams, and in the quality of all the other services that we actually use as citizens? To talk to us about that, we'll be joined by two people who have critical roles to play, both in the Department of Disaster Management, in revenue, and also on the very critical version of local bodies. Let me now introduce the guests coming up. We've got Vipul Goyal, Minister Revenue and Disaster Management, Urban Local Bodies and Civil Aviation in Haryana, join us. And also with him is Ashish Sood, the Minister for Home, Power, Urban Development, Education and Training for the National Capital of Delhi. Let's please welcome them on the stage. And moderating this session will be my colleague Prateek Trivedi.
शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। कैसे हैं आप? मुस्कुरा नहीं रहे हैं आप?
हम तो मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। ज्यादा मुस्कुराएंगे तो आप कहेंगे इतना क्यों मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, क्या गम है जिसको छुपा रहे हैं।
बस मैं यही चाहता था कि आप मुझसे पूछें कि क्या छुपा रहे हैं। मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि केजरीवाल जी कहाँ हैं, दिखाई नहीं पड़ रहे हैं वो तरफ से।
आप क्यों छुपा रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैंने लास्ट टाइम एक वीडियो देखा था जिसमें वो डांस करते हुए दिखे, उसके बाद नहीं दिख रहे हैं।
ये हरियाणा वालों का दोष है। उन्होंने कहा मैं हरियाणा का लाल हूं।
अच्छा,
उन्होंने ऐसा लाल करके वहां से भेजा, तब से पता ही नहीं पड़ रहा कहाँ है।
ये अब उनके पड़ोसी हो गए। उसने पंजाब में समय ज्यादा गुजारा है।
नहीं, आजकल पंजाब में देखे जाते हैं, कहीं कभी कभी देखे जाते हैं पंजाब।
जी जी जी, एग्जैक्टली। तो बस
मुझे कोई बता रहा था
जी,
जब बॉर्डर पे थोड़ा हमला ज्यादा हुआ तो पंजाब छोड़ के दिल्ली में देखे गए थे।
मैं बस आपसे जानना चाह रहा था ये कि आखिर हैं कहाँ, लेकिन बातचीत का सिलसिला दोनों लोगों से शुरू करते हैं। मैं जानना चाहता हूं क्योंकि आपके पास डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट भी है, तो यकीन क्योंकि सारा देश का मूड, सारे लोगों का सवाल, मेरे पास भी एक रात में, क्योंकि बहुत सारे जगह से इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही थी, एक इंफॉर्मेशन आई कि सिरसा पे कोई मिसाइल गिर गई, और तो उस समय क्या जो डर, उसमें क्या जो माहौल, प्रिपेयर्डनेस और हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट की तैयारी, इन तमाम सारे पहलुओं पर सवाल उठे। और हाउ यू प्रिपेयर्ड योरसेल्फ?
नहीं, हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट की पूरी तैयारी थी, और इनफैक्ट वो सिरसा के अंदर मिसाइल नहीं गिरा था। कोई फिरोजपुर में इंजरीज हुई थी, तो कुछ पार्ट्स सिरसा के बॉर्डर एरिया के अंदर वो मिसाइल के मिले थे, लेकिन ऐसा कोई भी किसी तरीके की क्षति हानि सिरसा के अंदर नहीं हुई थी, और न ही सिरसा में कोई मिसाइल गिरी। बाकी हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट हर तरीके से डिजास्टर जो मैनेजमेंट है वो पूरे तरीके से मुस्तैद था, चाहे हरियाणा का कोई भी शहर हो, कोई भी बॉर्डर एरिया हो, लेकिन कुछ भी ऐसा हुआ नहीं। लेकिन हम लोगों की तैयारी।
और आपके यहाँ से तो शहादत भी हुई।
वो हमारी शहादत फरीदाबाद से और हरियाणा के और शहरों से भी, जो बॉर्डर पर जो हमारे शहीद हैं, वो 3 शहीद हरियाणा से हुए, तो उन लोगों ने बॉर्डर पर 3 दिन 4 दिन जो फायरिंग चली उसके अंदर शहादत देने का काम किया।
तो साहब, एक सवाल इसी से लगता हुआ सवाल है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विपक्ष तो ये कहता है कि हमारे सैनिकों ने बड़ी बहादुरी के साथ जवाब दिया, लेकिन अब ये लेकिन जो है ये वो भी पूछता है, और इस लेकिन में बहुत सारे सवाल आपके पास आ जाते हैं। मैं इससे पहले कि विकसित भारत और उसकी योजनाओं पे बात करूं आप दोनों से, मैं ये मूड के हिसाब से देश के ये सवाल जानना चाहता हूं। विपक्ष लेकिन में बहुत सारे सवाल आपसे इस वक्त पूछ रहा है, और संसद सत्र बुलाने की भी बात कह रहा है।
देखिए, दुर्भाग्य है कि आज हमारे पास एक स्तरहीन दृष्टि से बात करता हुआ विपक्ष है। किसी देश में जहां पर बाहर के फोर्सेस से चुनौती आए, हमला हो, कोई अपने देश की सरकार को सवाल नहीं करता है। आप सवाल करिए, आपका अधिकार है
जी,
मगर आप उस विपक्ष से जिसको अपने फौज के वैलर का, उसके बहादुरी का सबूत चाहिए हो, तो मेरे को अदित याद आ रहा है एक प्रेस ब्रीफिंग में,
इस बार सबूत तो आपने फोटो सहित दे दिया।
एक प्रेस ब्रीफिंग में उसका बड़ा माकूल जवाब दिया गया। वी आर, जिसका अर्थ था कि हम दुश्मन को मारने जाते हैं, बॉडी बैग्स को गिनने नहीं जाते हैं। तो जब विपक्ष बॉडी बैग्स की गिनती चाहता हो तो वो देश की सरकार से सवाल ही पूछेगा। और आपने विकसित भारत पे आने से पहले जब आपने इसका जिक्र किया तो विकसित भारत की बात आपने खुद ही कर दी, क्योंकि ब्रह्मोस हो, आकाश हो, ये सब विकसित भारत की पहचान है, जो घर बैठे उनके घर के अंदर जाकर मार कराता है।
और अब तो तमाम सारे लोग कह रहे हैं इन मिसाइल्स के बारे में, और तमाम जगह दुनिया में बात हो रही है, मार्केट पे बात हो रही है, खासतौर से जिस तरह से अचूक साबित हुए।
नहीं, उसमें HLL को बेच दिया, ऐसी अनेक कंपनीज के बारे में विपक्ष आरोप लगाता था। आज उन्हीं कंपनीज ने भारत में बनने वाले ड्रोन्स को, भारत में बनने वाले एमुनिशन का, मेड इन इंडिया का इतना बड़ा सबूत दिया है। ये वो विपक्ष है जो उन कंपनीज पर आरोप लगाता था बिकने का। ये वो विपक्ष है जो राफेल की खरीद पर गंदे गंदे नारे लगाता था। क्यों? आज जांचना चाहिए इस बात को। अगर आज हमारे पास, ये वही विपक्ष है जिसने S-400 को रोका था, रोकने की कोशिश की थी। आज अगर ये चीजें भारत के पास न होती तो भारत का डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म कैसा होता, इसकी कल्पना देश की जनता अपने घरों में बैठकर आज इस दुनिया में करती है। इसलिए अच्छा है कि हम और आप जो इस देश से प्यार करते हैं वो अपने फौज की, अपने नेतृत्व की, जिसके पास पॉलिटिकल विल है, उसके साथ खड़े होकर देश को मजबूत करें। बाकी कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना।
आपने कहा देश से प्यार करते हैं और मेड इन इंडिया की भी बात कही आपने। मैंने आज सुबह खबर देखी, पूछ रही थी मुख्यमंत्री की मेड इन टर्की तो नहीं है ये, कहीं एप्पल जो है टर्की तक तो नहीं है, तो ये प्यार तक है या बहुत कोई सीरियस इस पे कोई बहुत इश्यूज बेस है?
देखिए, मेक इन इंडिया ने तो बहुत सारी चीजों को समाधान करके दिखाई दिया है। आज आकाश हो, ब्रह्मोस हो, और हमारा जो रक्षा उपकरण बनाने का जो हमारे पास
सामग्री,
हमारी ताकत जो बढ़ी है, वो अपने आप में मेक इन इंडिया की सफलता को बोलता है। और आपको ये समझना चाहिए, बार बार उकसावे के बाद भी मेक इन इंडिया फेल हो गया, यही विपक्ष कहता था, जिसको आप विपक्ष कह रहे हैं। मेक इन इंडिया फेल हो गया, सवाल पूछते थे। तो देश के नेतृत्व का माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो पॉलिसीज लेकर आते हैं, हर दिन अपनी ताकत इनका जवाब देने में नहीं गुजारते हैं। मोदी जी ने मेक इन इंडिया में क्या किया, वो आज योगा योग से हमारी फौजों ने दिखा दिया और जनता ने देख लिया है। सवाल पूछने वाले सवाल ही पूछते रह गए।
चलिए, मैं शिक्षा भी है आपके पास, गृह भी है और पावर भी है, तमाम सारे हैं, और आपके पास तो मैंने जिक्र किया ही। पहला सवाल आपसे सूद साहब कि आपके पास गृह विभाग है, दिल्ली में कितने पाकिस्तानी और कितने अवैध बांग्लादेशी हैं? पिछले दिनों इस पर सवाल हुए, कोई ठोस जवाब?
देखिए, लॉन्ग टर्म वीजा लेके जितने लोग आए हैं उन सबकी शिनाख्त की गई है। बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्याओं को भगाने के लिए, उनको चिन्हित करने के लिए हम डिटेंशन सेंटर और उनको धीरे धीरे यहां से भेजने के लिए हम सारे काम कर रहे हैं। और दिल्ली का गृह विभाग एक सीमित ताकत वाला गृह विभाग है। उसका काम डीएम कार्यालय के माध्यम से भारत सरकार के गृह विभाग, दिल्ली की पुलिस और अन्य विभागों के साथ सामंजस्य बनाकर, हम और हरियाणा इस संदर्भ में सिमिलर नेचर नहीं है, हम एक लिमिटेड ताकत वाले गृह विभाग है, उसको हम समझते हैं। तो डीएम कार्यालयों के माध्यम से हमने जनता से भी उनकी पहचान करने के लिए बात की। मगर हां, मैं एक बात आपको स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान से आए हुए वीजा और नॉन वीजा वाले लोगों की शिनाख्त करने का काम, उन्हें भेजने का काम जब इस युद्ध के दौरान किया गया, वो हमने किया है। रोहिंग्या, बांग्लादेशी और किसी अन्य इन्फिल्ट्रेटर को बाहर भेजने के लिए हमारा प्रयास चल रहा है। उससे बड़ा प्रयास हमारा चल रहा है कि इन रोहिंग्याओं और बांग्लादेशियों को बसाने के लिए, इनको डॉक्यूमेंट मुहैया कराने के लिए, ओवरग्राउंड सपोर्ट देने के लिए, इनके ओजीडब्ल्यू बनने का जो काम करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ एक रोहिंग्या अगर छूट जाएगा वो मंजूर है, मगर एक भी ऐसा आदमी जिसने देशद्रोह के समान काम किया, इन्फिल्ट्रेटर को कागज मुहैया कराने का, उसको आधार कार्ड बनाने के लिए झूठे कागज देने का, मोबाइल लेने के लिए, उसको वोटर आईडी बनवाने के लिए, उन ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर्स को हम बिल्कुल नहीं छोड़ेंगे। ये मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से देश की जनता को, दिल्ली की
नाराजगी ज्यादा, लेकिन जब आप कह रहे थे ना तो मुझे आपने धीरे से कहा हमारे हरियाणा, तो मुझे अच्छा लगा। चलिए, दिल्ली और हरियाणा के रिश्ते तो बड़े अच्छे हो गए, लेकिन आपने जब हरियाणा का जिक्र किया तो पानी की आपकी तो लड़ाई चल रही है पंजाब से, और इधर दिल्ली वालों को समर, मैं इनसे प्लान पूछने वाला हूं, तो आप मुझे बताएं कि जो लड़ाई है इसमें खासतौर से पानी का जो संसाधन है उसको समर प्लान के लिए तहत पानी फरीदाबाद में समस्या रहती है, गुड़गांव में पानी भर जाता है इतना ज्यादा कि वहां पहुंचना एक समस्या होती है। तो किस तरह से प्लानिंग को लेकर आप 2047 और उसे विकसित भारत को देखते हैं?
सबसे पहले तो मैं इस पानी की बात जो भगवंत मान जी कर रहे हैं, जिस तरीके का काम कर रहे हैं, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर जो डिसीजंस हुए हैं, हमेशा से हरियाणा दिल्ली के लिए, पंजाब के लिए और राजस्थान के लिए जो बंटवारा होता रहा है उससे ज्यादा पानी हमेशा पंजाब को देता रहा है। लेकिन उन्हें नहीं पता ये पानी की राजनीति केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में करी थी। अब वो पैकअप करने के लिए केजरीवाल जी वहां बैठे, पंजाब से पानी उनका पैकअप कराएगा, और जिस तरीके की राजनीति वो पानी पर कर रहे हैं, उन्हें ये नहीं पता वो गुरुओं की भूमि है, और जिस तरीके का काम छोटी राजनीति वो पानी को लेकर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हरियाणा का जो हक है उसे वो रोक नहीं पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो सब जुडिश भी मैटर है, केंद्र के अंदर भी मैटर है, और जिस तरीके की वो छोटी बचकाना बातें करके लोगों का ध्यान भटकाना चाह रहे हैं, उन्हें पंजाब की डेवलपमेंट पे ध्यान देना चाहिए। केजरीवाल जी ने भी पानी यमुना का मुद्दा दिल्ली के अंदर उठाया तो लोगों ने क्या जवाब दिया, ऐसी पंजाब की जनता उन्हें बता दे कि किस तरह।
और गुड़गांव में जो पानी भर जाता है,
और जो गुड़गांव के अंदर देखिए बहुत बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, गुड़गांव के अंदर रेगुलर नई डेवलपमेंट होती है, और ये एक कहते हैं ना कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट इज ए रेगुलर प्रोसेस। तो वहां पर पानी जिस तरीके से नए नए ब्रिजेस बने, कुछ एक दो दिन की लास्ट ईयर में दिक्कतें आई थी, लेकिन उन सभी दिक्कतों को दूर करके और अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देने का काम है, और पानी की शिकायत अब की ना हो, इसके लिए सरकार पूरी तैयारी के अंदर है।
फरीदाबाद की मैं एक बात करूं जहां से आप आते भी हैं, फरीदाबाद की कनेक्टिविटी को लेकर बहुत सारी बात, रोड को लेकर बहुत सारी बात होती है, उसको आसपास के सैटेलाइट सिटीज को जोड़ने की बात होती है, उस पर कितना ध्यान, कितना हुआ?
देखिए, फरीदाबाद की कनेक्टिविटी की बात, बॉम्बे वडोदरा हाईवे जो है वो कालिंदी कुंज तक बनकर तैयार हो गया, अगले 1 साल के अंदर वो सराय काले खां से जुड़ जाएगा, और फरीदाबाद पहुंचने में आपको मात्र 20 मिनट लगेंगे। ये फरीदाबाद की कनेक्टिविटी है। नोएडा से हम लोग जेवर एयरपोर्ट से फरीदाबाद को जोड़ने के लिए एलिवेटेड रोड, बिल्कुल उस पर काम चालू है, अगले 1.5-2 साल के अंदर वो बन जाएगा, तो जेवर एयरपोर्ट से वो कनेक्ट होने का काम होगा। और इस कनेक्टिविटी के लिए फरीदाबाद दिल्ली आश्रम से बदरपुर तक भी एलिवेटेड हो, इसके लिए मैं नितिन गडकरी जी से 2 बार मिला हूं, और फिर मीटिंग है, तो प्राइमा फेसी वो उन्होंने एग्री कर लिया है, और इस पर भी आप देखेंगे कुछ ही सालों के अंदर बदरपुर तक भी एलिवेटेड रोड बन जाएगा। फरीदाबाद की कनेक्टिविटी बहुत बेहतर हो जाएगी।
सो साहब, पावर आपके पास ही है, और दिल्ली के बारे में कहा गया कि ये स्टैंड अलोन बैटरी एनर्जी सिस्टम की शुरुआत आपने करी, और उसके बारे में बिजली की कीमत के बारे में आपने कहा था पहले से 55% तक कम हो जाने की बात कही थी, लेकिन मई अगस्त का जो पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट हुआ उसमें 7.5% तक तय किया गया, जबकि पिछले बार अगर इसी क्वार्टर की बात करें तो वो 6.80 था। तो कम कैसे होगा, इस पर भी लोगों की बात है, और पूछना चाहते हैं कि एक तरफ आप कहते हैं कम होगी दाम, और दूसरी तरफ ये बात।
देखिए, पावर परचेज एडजस्टमेंट कॉस्ट पीपीएसी, ये कोई हमारी सरकार ने नहीं लगाया है। पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट्स जब हुए उसके अंदर का एक जिसे कहेंगे कि ये उसके अंदर का हिडन एलिमेंट है, और जो भारत का इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एक्ट है और 2022 के इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रूल्स हैं, उसमें हर राज्य में ये लगता है। दिल्ली में 3 महीने में लगता है, हर राज्य में 1 महीने में लगता है। इसलिए, और दिल्ली में 2020 से एक झूठा नैरेटिव चलाया गया कि दाम नहीं बढ़े। दाम भी बढ़ते रहे और वहां बिजली कंपनियों के रेगुलेटरी एसेट्स भी बढ़ाकर 27,000 करोड़ रुपए तक कर दिए गए। तो ये पिछली सरकारों ने जो चोरी एक तरीके से बिजली कंपनियों के साथ मिलकर करी थी कि दाम भी बढ़ते रहे और दिखाया गया दाम नहीं बढ़ रहे, मगर रेगुलेटरी एसेट्स के रूप में बिजली कंपनियों को एक तरह से उनकी जेब में 27,000 करोड़ रुपए दे दिया गया। अब या तो सरकार उन्हें दे या जनता से वसूले जाएं। तो इसलिए इस कारण से पीपीएसी एक रेगुलर फीचर है। वो रेगुलर फीचर 2004-05 में जब भी पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट होंगे उसका हिस्सा है, उससे हमारी सरकार का लेना देना नहीं है। हम तो इस बात को लेकर चिंतित हैं कि जो रेगुलेटरी एसेट के रूप में बोझ पिछली सरकारें डालकर गई हैं, उससे दिल्ली की जनता को बचाना हमारी पहली प्राथमिकता है।
उसका प्लान है?
बना रहे हैं, यहां बताने के लायक नहीं है।
कुछ थोड़ा बहुत
यहां बताने के लायक नहीं है।
अच्छा जी,
क्योंकि मैंने भी तो पद और गोपनीयता की शपथ ली है।
ऑफ कोर्स ली है आपने, पद और गोपनीयता दोनों की शपथ ली है। और मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। हरियाणा वीरों की भूमि है, कृषि प्रधान प्रदेश है, उपजाऊ जमीन है, दूसरी तरफ आपके पास अर्बन सिटीज हैं, उसके बाद एक हेरिटेज का भी एक आपका पास है, हेरिटेज के भी एक विरासत आपके पास आती है। तो जो डेवलपमेंट का प्रोसेस है जिसको आप ले जाना चाहते हैं 2047 के नक्शे पे, जब हरियाणा को ले जाना चाहते हैं, तो लोकल गवर्नेंस को कैसे मॉडर्नाइज करने का कोई प्लान जो हो, जिसको क्या हरियाणा को आप भाई ये हरियाणा है और इसका ये लोकल गवर्नेंस के मॉडर्नाइजेशन का ये प्लान है जिसको आप बताना चाहें या शेयर करना
हरियाणा
चाहें?
आज आप देखते होंगे जो गुरुग्राम है हमारा एक ऐसा शोकेस है, हमारा फेस है, जहां पर 350 फॉर्च्यून कंपनीज के ऑफिसेज आज भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं। और नई डेवलपमेंट के अंदर हरियाणा हो,
साहब वहां का तो पानी का जो रुकाई वाला है,
मैं कह रहा हूं ना, आप हमारे
निश्चित
प्रेस
तौर से
के मित्र हैं, तो इसलिए मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं 25 लोकेशंस जहां पर बेटर हैं उनको दिखाने का काम नहीं करेंगे। अभी एक जो अगर कहीं एरर आ गया, थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉब्लम आ गई, तो नेचुरल क्लाइमेट ही है। आप देखिए दुबई के भी आपने वीडियो चलते हुए देखे होंगे कि वो दुबई मॉल के अंदर भी छत लीक होने लगी। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वहां का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खराब हो गया या तो फरीदाबाद का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खराब है। ओवरऑल मिला के हरियाणा में के अंदर गुरुग्राम का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है किसी भी इंटरनेशनल सिटी से कम नहीं है। और आने वाले दिनों के अंदर आप फरीदाबाद जो कनेक्टिविटी, जो एयरपोर्ट का लोकेशनल एडवांटेज जो गुरुग्राम को था, वो फरीदाबाद को भी, क्योंकि जेवर एयरपोर्ट की कनेक्टिविटी वहां से होने जा रही है, तो बहुत अच्छा आप आगे देखेंगे कि एक नया शहर, एक नया मॉडर्न जो विजन आपको फरीदाबाद के अंदर देखने को मिलेगा। और हरियाणा के अन्य शहर, चाहे पंचकुला हो अपने आप में जो चंडीगढ़ के साथ है, उसके अंदर भी बहुत बड़ा आईटी हब वहां पर ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्ट है।
जब हम हरियाणा की बात करते हैं तो हमें पहले आप गुड़गांव की बात करते हैं, फिर फरीदाबाद की बात करते हैं, फिर आप पंचकुला की बात करते हैं। और भी मैप्स हैं में कोई सिटीज हैं जिनकी तरफ आप फोकस होगा?
मैं बता तो रहा हूं ना, हमारा पूरा रोहतक से लेकर सिरसा, जिसे एग्रीकल्चर बेल्ट कहा जाता था, उसके अंदर भी हम 3000 एकड़ के अंदर अपने एयरपोर्ट जो अभी हमने शुरू किया, एयरपोर्ट के साथ में 3000 एकड़ के अंदर इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन लेकर आ रहे हैं। एक बहुत बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियल हब जो पूरे के पूरे इलाके की डेमोग्राफी को भी बदलने का काम करेगा, और एक बड़ा बिजनेस हब वहां पर नॉर्थ इंडिया का।
एक चॉपर टैक्सेस का कुछ आपने शुरू किया, वो जानना चाहते हैं कि
फरीदाबाद और गुरुग्राम से धार्मिक स्थलों पर खाटू श्याम और बालाजी जाने की बात हो, गुरुग्राम से चंडीगढ़ जाने की बात हो, गुरुग्राम से हिसार जाने की बात हो, इस तरीके का चॉपर व्यवस्थाएं और भी हरियाणा के अन्य अन्य शहरों को जोड़ने का काम हम जल्द शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। फरीदाबाद के अंदर और गुरुग्राम के अंदर एक बड़ा हेलीपोर्ट वहां पर डेवलप करने के लिए तैयार हो रहा है, और आप देखेंगे अगले 1 साल के अंदर बिल्कुल चॉपर से एक शहर से दूसरे शहर तक उड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे हरियाणा।
इंटरेस्टिंग। सुसाब, मैं आपसे पूछूं विकसित और भारत में दिल्ली का सपना, उससे पहले मैं एक सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं एजुकेशन वाले मामले पे। आपने कहा था कि बढ़ती हुई फीस, उसके लिए ऑडिट भी होगा, ऑडिट भी किया जाएगा, लेकिन बढ़ती हुई फीस को लेकर असंतोष भी है। बहुत सारे लोग बार बार आ रहे हैं कि इसको बार बार कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं। तो क्योंकि एजुकेशन आपके पास है तो लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि इस तरफ सरकार कितनी, क्योंकि पिछली सरकार का जो मैप था जो वो दिखाते थे बार बार, वो एजुकेशन का दिखाते थे। तो वो ये जानना चाहते हैं कि इस सरकार की संवेदनशीलता और सीरियसनेस कितनी है टुवर्ड्स एजुकेशन।
आपने बड़ा ठीक कहा, वो ये दिखाते थे। दुर्भाग्य ये है आप देखते भी वही थे।
वो बिल्कुल बकायदा रिपोर्ट कार्ड दिखाते थे।
आप देखते भी वही थे।
रिपोर्ट कार्ड दिखाते थे।
नहीं, वो खोजी पत्रकार तब गायब हो जाते थे। देखिए, दो जगह के स्कूल दिखाकर, राउज एवेन्यू और पड़पड़गंज, इन दो स्कूल को दिखाकर स्कूलों के अंदर बहुत बढ़िया काम हो रहा है ऐसा साबित करने की कोशिश की जाती थी। मुझे बताइए, यहां बहुत 50-55 से ज्यादा की उम्र के लोग भी बैठे होंगे, बताइए इस सरकार के आने से पहले क्या दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चे आईआईटी में नहीं जाते थे? क्या इस सरकार के आने से पहले दिल्ली में सरकारी स्कूलों से लोग मेडिकल का एग्जाम पास नहीं करते थे? क्या सेंट कोलंबस और कॉन्वेंट ऑफ जीसस एंड मेरीज के अलावा दिल्ली में आप में से कोई सरकारी स्कूल से पढ़कर बड़े बड़े पदों पे नहीं गए? केवल और केवल उसकी मार्केटिंग करके, जो काम नहीं हुआ उसकी मार्केटिंग करके सरकार ने अपना गाल बजाने का काम किया। और रही फीस की बात, मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूं, आज दिल्ली में 1000 सरकारी स्कूल हैं और 1677 प्राइवेट स्कूल हैं। इसके लिए कौन दोषी है? क्या वो लोग दोषी नहीं है जिन्होंने 27 वर्षों में, जब भाजपा की सरकार नहीं थी, जिन्होंने सरकारी स्कूलों के हालात अच्छे नहीं किए और डिमांड और सप्लाई के खेल में आप लोगों के पास जब साधन हुए तो आप अपने अपने बच्चों को लेकर प्राइवेट स्कूलों में स्टेटस सिंबल के नाते जाने लगे? इनमें से सैकड़ों लोग होंगे यहां बैठे हुए जिन्होंने सरकारी स्कूल से एजुकेशन ली है और अपने जीवन में बहुत अच्छा किया है। वो सरकारें फेल हैं जिन्होंने सरकारी स्कूलों की गिनती लगातार कम की और प्राइवेट स्कूलों की गिनती बढ़ाई। 1973 के एक्ट पर दिल्ली का स्कूल एजुकेशन चलता है। 1973 में दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय का रिजल्ट एक ब्लैक बोर्ड पे एक कागज में चिपका दिया जाता था। प्राइवेट स्कूल के नाम पर 2-3 प्राइवेट स्कूल दिल्ली में हुआ करते थे। तब के एक्ट में किसी ने बदल करने की कोशिश नहीं की। ये फीस को लेकर केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में और मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी के नेतृत्व में हम लेकर आए हैं दिल्ली स्कूल एजुकेशन ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन फिक्सेशन ऑफ फी एक्ट बिल लेकर आए हैं, जिसको बहुत जल्दी विधानसभा पारित करके एक्ट बना देगी। किस तरीके से फीस बढ़ेगी, कितनी बढ़ेगी?
तो साहब, आपने ये नहीं बताया कि अट्रैक्शन कैसे होगा सरकारी स्कूलों पे। आपने बात तो बढ़िया कही, पर हम अट्रैक्ट कैसे हो स्कूल?
हाँ, मैं बताता हूं। मैं आपको वचन देके जा रहा हूं, 1 वर्ष बाद आप मुझे दोबारा अपने कार्यक्रम में बुलाइएगा। हम 75 सीएम श्री स्कूल बनाने जा रहे हैं। उन स्कूलों में जब हम उन स्कूलों को जनता को समर्पित करेंगे अगले इस वर्ष में, तो 1 वर्ष बाद आप में से अनेक लोग हमारे को ये कहेंगे कि इस स्कूल में दाखिला कराने के लिए पैरवी करिए। हर क्लासरूम स्मार्ट क्लासरूम होगा, वहां एआई होगा, रोबोटिक्स होगा, डाटा साइंस होगा, ब्लॉकचेन मैनेजमेंट होगा। हम लर्निंग आउटकम को और साथ ही साथ न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के हर वर्टिकल को, वहां पर साइंस ऑफ लिविंग, क्या ये स्कूल जाने वाले बच्चे, चाहे लड़का हो या लड़की हो, बच्चा हो या बच्ची हो, क्या उसको जेंडर सेंसिटाइजेशन के बारे में नहीं पढ़ाया जाना चाहिए? उसके एंजाइटी लेवल्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए काम नहीं होना चाहिए? क्या उसके मूड शिफ्ट में स्कूल में जितना प्रेशर हो उसके लिए काम नहीं होना चाहिए? उन सब पर राष्ट्र साइंस ऑफ लिविंग, जिसमें हम योगा पढ़ाएंगे, उसे मेडिटेशन पढ़ाएंगे, बड़े बड़े स्पिरिचुअल गुरुओं से मिलवाएंगे, इंटरैक्शन कराएंगे, नीव प्रोग्राम लेकर आएंगे उन्हीं स्कूल्स में पूरे दिल्ली में, न्यू ईरा इन एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी एंड एजुकेशन विजन के नाम से, जिसमें बच्चों को एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी और अपने ऊपर भरोसा करने के स्किल्स को, एंटरप्रेन्योर स्किल्स को हम सिखाएंगे। तो इन सब चीजों के साथ हम एक 100% एनईपी एनेबल्ड स्कूल्स को, एआई एनेबल्ड स्कूल्स को बहुत जल्द लेकर आने वाले। सीएम श्री के नाम से हमने अपने संकल्प पत्र में वादा किया था, ये स्कूल होंगे, इसमें राष्ट्र नीति, साइंस ऑफ लिविंग, नीव, निपुण, ऐसे अनेक कार्यक्रम होंगे जो बच्चों के लर्निंग आउटकम्स में, जो बच्चों के पूरे ग्रोथ में देखिए, अब कहना बड़ा आसान है, बस आधा मिनट लेता हूं आपसे। कहना बहुत आसान है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग विदेश जाते हैं, विदेश जाने के बाद ना 4 दिन अपनी गाड़ी बिल्कुल लाइन में पार्क करते हैं। आने के बाद कहते हैं देखो उधर तो बटन दबा के ट्रैफिक का सेंस होता है, कैसे लोग पार कर जाते हैं, जेब्रा क्रॉसिंग को कोई टांगता नहीं है, नोबडी हॉन्क्स।
आप कहिए तो जुर्माना लगाएंगे, 1,000 की जगह 10,000 लगाएंगे।
क्या हम लोगों की ये जिम्मेदारी नहीं होनी चाहिए थी साइंस ऑफ लिविंग में उन बच्चों के जीवन में बचपन से इन सिविक सेंसेस को इनकलकेट करने का काम किया जाए? नो वन हैज थॉट अबाउट इट। वी आर गोइंग टू डू इट। हम ये सिविक सेंस इनकलकेट करने का अपने साइंस ऑफ लिविंग राष्ट्र नीति कार्यक्रम में ये सब करने वाले हैं।
राइट सर, मैं एक सवाल क्योंकि मुश्किल घड़ी सामने बता रही है, वक्त को तरफ ध्यान देना है। आप भी बैठे हैं, हरियाणा भी बैठा है, दोनों लोग बैठे हुए हैं। मॉडर्न सिटी 2047 में दिल्ली का जो नक्शा होगा, दिल्ली एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा करने जा रही है, तमाम सारी चीजें होंगी। लेकिन पोल्यूशन को लेकर एक सवाल है, दिल्ली के नक्शे को लेकर एक सवाल है। नक्शा इन द सेंस कि जब हम घुसे शहर में तो जो पहाड़ दिखते हैं आर्टिफिशियल वाले, वो इशारा आप समझ गए, वो इन सब चीजों को लेकर क्या आपके दिमाग में कल्पना है? और पराली के लिए क्या एश्योरेंस आप क्या देने वाले हैं कि दिल्ली आपका अब तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है, अब तो हम लोग आपस में सब बढ़िया है। तो पराली को लेकर आपका, पोल्यूशन को लेकर पहला सवाल आपसे, एंड दूसरा कि नक्शा आपका क्या है?
देखिए, पराली के लिए पहले भी दिल्ली की सरकार जो झूठे आरोप लगाती रही केजरीवाल के नेतृत्व में, तो उन्हें जवाब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, हाई कोर्ट ने दिया कि जो पॉल्यूशन है उसके अंदर हमने काफी कंट्रोल करने का काम हरियाणा ने किया और हरियाणा के किसानों ने उसमें बहुत बड़ा सहयोग देने का काम किया। और लास्ट ईयर तो पूरा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूरा मैपिंग करके बताया है कि ये सारा जो पराली है पंजाब की तरफ से आ रहा है, ना कि हरियाणा की तरफ से, उसको रोकथाम करने की जरूरत है। लेकिन बताया ना अभी आशीष जी ने, जितनी भी बातें थी वो आरोप की राजनीति करने का काम करते थे। एक छोटे से मॉडल को तैयार किया,
पंजाब तो आपके पास है नहीं,
और उसको करने के लिए काम करते। पंजाब भी आ जाएगा, चिंता नहीं, पंजाब भी आ जाएगा। ये इसी तरह झूठ बोलते रहे, जल्दी पंजाब भी आ जाएगा। जिस तरीके का काम कर रहे, पंजाबी 1-1.5 साल के बाद अपने पास ही होगा।
तो मतलब दिल्ली वाले तब तक वेट करें?
नहीं, दिल्ली वाले वेट क्यों करें? पराली के लिए कंट्रोल करने का काम किया।
अच्छा, बस यही मैं जानना चाह रहा था जी। सुल साहब, दिल्ली का क्या की तरफ से आपका इंश्योरेंस क्या है?
देखिए, जहां तक रही पराली की बात, तो
ओवरऑल पोल्यूशन एंड
दोनों बताता हूं, ओवरऑल पोल्यूशन की भी बताता हूं।
हाँ,
देखिए, शिमला में बर्फ पड़ती है तो दिल्ली में सर्दी हो जाती है। राजस्थान में अंदर
ये तो केजरीवाल जी के जमाने में भी था सर कि वहां पे बर्फ गिरती तो ये मतलब सुन साहब, देखिए, बर्फ तो वहां भी तब भी गिरती थी जब केजरीवाल जी मुख्यमंत्री थे।
मुझे
तो नई चीज कोई बताइए।
वही तो बता रहा हूं आपको, वही बता रहा हूं।
हाँ,
आपको केजरीवाल जी से मिलने की इच्छा है तो इतने उद्वेलित मत होइए।
मुझे तो सवाल से मतलब
मैं बताता हूं। देखिए, दिल्ली का अपना मौसम नहीं है, इसलिए हम नेशनल कैपिटल होने के नाते अपनी जिम्मेदारी बड़ी समझते हैं। हम हर राज्य से, चाहे वो पंजाब हो, चाहे हरियाणा हो, चाहे राजस्थान हो, हर राज्य के साथ समन्वय कर केंद्र की स्कीम्स। अब आप कहेंगे आप हरियाणा की तारीफ कर रहे हैं। देखिए, केंद्र ने पराली को डिस्पोज करने के लिए, किसानों को जो इक्विपमेंट देने के लिए, जो उसको निकालने के लिए जो इक्विपमेंट देने के लिए सब्सिडी दी है, उसी की किस राज्य ने कंजम्पशन पूरी की है आप जांच लीजिए। पंजाब ने वो पैसा अपने किसानों तक नहीं दिया ताकि पराली को निकालकर किसान की लागत कम हो। हरियाणा ने उसमें ज्यादा खर्चा किया है। ये समझने की बात है। मगर फिर भी हम एक जिम्मेदार सरकार होने के नाते, हम एक नेशनल कैपिटल की सरकार होने के नाते अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझते हैं। हर राज्य के साथ समन्वय करके हम चीजों को ठीक करने का प्रयास करेंगे। हमने दिल्ली में तय किया, मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी के नेतृत्व में, हम दोषारोपण का काम नहीं करेंगे। दोष उनका काम है, दोष देना उनका काम है, खोट निकालना, कमी निकालना। हम आप सबके सहयोग से इस सब में सुधार करने का काम करेंगे। हमने देवी नाम से, दिल्ली इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल इंटरकनेक्टर नाम से 400 बसें लॉन्च की हैं। 2000 बसों का फ्लीट लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं ताकि दिल्ली के लोगों को पॉल्यूशन से रहित अच्छी बसें मिलें। दिल्ली में रोड स्वीपिंग के बारे में हम बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ जाना चाहते हैं। और जिसकी तरफ आपने इशारा किया, दिल्ली के 3 बड़े कूड़े के पहाड़, मैं चाहूंगा कि आपको जब ये सवाल पूछा तो तो आपको अपने पीछे वो चित्र चलाना चाहिए था जब दिल्ली के तथाकथित स्वयंभू मालिक कूड़े के पहाड़ पे खड़े होकर इसको 15 दिन में 15 महीने में हटाने की बात करते थे। 2.5 साल बाद उन्होंने मेयर का चुनाव लड़ने से इनकार कर दिया क्योंकि उन्हें मालूम है वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पाए। आने वाले दिनों में 11,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़े का निस्तारण रोज नगर निगमों के साथ मिलकर हम करते हैं। 11,000 मीट्रिक टन में से 7,000 मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा लगातार हम डिस्पोज कर रहे हैं। 3-4 हजार मीट्रिक टन कूड़ा, क्योंकि हमारे हमें 3 वेस्ट टू एनर्जी प्लांट्स को ऑगमेंट करना है। वी ऑलरेडी हैव 3, एक की कैपेसिटी ऑगमेंट करनी है, 2 को हमें और नया लाना है। तो इन सब में थोड़ी थोड़ी कहीं पर कहीं एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस की बात है, कहीं पर कुछ और इश्यूज हैं, उसको केंद्र सरकार के साथ मिलकर हम ठीक कर रहे हैं। 2 जो हमारी साइट्स हैं, भलसवा और साइट पर हम तेजी में हैं। जो गाजीपुर हमारी साइट है, गाजीपुर पर हमारे पास जगह की कमी है। वो जो ट्रॉमिल लगती हैं जिनमें से इन कूड़े को एक तरह से समझ लिया बहुत विशाल छलनी लगती है जिससे कूड़े को छाना जाता है। उसके बाद जो इसका रेसिड्यू है उसको आसपास के इंडस्ट्री में खपाने की बात है। उसमें थोड़ा सा पिछले 2-2.5 महीने से विलंब है, हम उसको पूरा करने वाले हैं। हमारा प्रयास है कि 27-28 तक के समय में हम इसको तेजी से इसकी ओर निस्तारण करें। मगर मैं आज कोई भी डेट देने से, क्योंकि कुछ सरकारी क्लियरेंसेस के कारण हम इन 2 प्लांट्स को जल्दी से जल्दी जब तक शुरू नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो मैं उसकी कमिटमेंट नहीं कर रहा हूं। अगली बार शायद
डेट बता देंगे,
एग्जैक्ट डेट बताऊंगा।
इसकी तो डेट बता देंगे क्योंकि समय खत्म हो गया, तो इसकी तो डेट बता देंगे कि दिल्ली में पानी नहीं भरेगा इस बार मानसून में, ये तो बता देंगे ना।
हाँ जी, हम बिल्कुल, हम इसके
भरेगा
लिए
नहीं ना?
हम इसके, देखिए इस बार भी दिल्ली में वो बारिश हुई। देखिए हम तो इकोसिस्टम वाले लोग नहीं है प्रतीक जी, इसलिए आप में से किसी ने हमारे गुणगान नहीं गाए कि 125 साल बाद, ये मेट डिपार्टमेंट का आंकड़ा है, 125 साल बाद मई के महीने में इतनी तेज बारिश हुई थी। 125 साल बाद दिल्ली का कोई कोना ऐसा नहीं था जहां 1 घंटे से ज्यादा पानी रहा हो। 125 साल बहुत होते हैं। 125 साल बाद बारिश हुई, उसका हम साधुवाद भी नहीं चाहते क्योंकि हम अपनी जिम्मेदारी मानते हैं, हमें करना है। हमारी सरकार, हमारी मुख्यमंत्री, हमारे सभी मंत्री, सभी विधायक, सभी पार्षद, हम आपको सड़कों पर मिलेंगे। आप अगर जहां परेशानी झेल रहे होंगे, आपसे ज्यादा हम उसको निस्तारण करने में आपके साथ लगे होंगे।
हम तो बस आपको याद दिला रहे हैं कि आपने यमुना भी कहा था, दिल्ली का पानी भी कहा था, सस्ती बिजली भी कही थी, हम याद दिला रहे हैं, कूड़ा भी कहा था, हम तो बस याद दिला रहे हैं। सवाल
नहीं, आप याद दिलाइए।
हाँ।
याद दिलाइए।
अगर आप कहेंगे कि मैं याद दिलाई तो नहीं पूछूंगा।
मैं आपको 2 लाइन में उसका जवाब दे देता हूं
जी।
कल रात बादलों के बीच एक साजिश हुई।
कल रात
बादलों के बीच एक साजिश हुई, सिर्फ मेरे मिट्टी के घर पे बारिश हुई।
क्या बात है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो मच।
को भी घर जिद है यहीं बिजलियां गिराने की,
हाँ।
हमें भी जिद है यहीं आशियां बनाने।
क्या बात है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया,
कर दिखाएंगे आपको। आप
थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
All right, so that was Vipul Goyal, Minister of Revenue and Disaster Management for Haryana, and Ashish Sood, the Minister for Home, Power and Urban Development here in Delhi. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a quick tea break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. joining us, sir. What a time to be talking about textiles in this country. I'm sure you have so much to speak about as well. At the moment, before we begin, do you want to point out some of the key initiatives that the government is actually putting forward in the Textile Forum?
Yes, I would like to do that. But before I like to do that, I'm sure everybody is aware, and you've pointed out in your opening remarks, I think whichever way you look at it, textiles is an important sector. If you look at its contribution to GDP, 2.5% contribution to GDP, 10% contribution to industrial output, 4.5 crore employees, 50% of which are women. So whichever way you look at it, I think this is an extremely important sector for us. And of course, the government has been supporting it in many ways. For instance, in order to build scale, we are now going for the PM Mitra scheme. The PM Mitra scheme aims to build scale, logistics. The PLI scheme supports technical textiles, man-made fibers. The Samarth scheme supports skill building, employment. So I think it's a very happy coincidence that this is the right place, the right time, and we really look optimistic for the future.
Right. I speak about textile because it's one of those industries which has one leg in our history and is edging towards the future as well. It sort of binds and beautifully defines what India, what Bharat really is all about. The story of textile is so beautiful that it goes back to the villages, to empowering one woman, her family, and at the same time taking it at a global stage as well. How would you say this space has evolved in, say, the past decade?
You spoke about history, so I am reminded of a comment by the Roman historian Pliny the Elder, who lamented how the Indians were taking away all the Roman gold because the silks from India were going to Rome and Italy, and their gold was flowing to us. So I think the strength of Indian textiles is so great that there are a number of words in the English dictionary, in the English language, in the Oxford Dictionary, which come from textiles, muslins, for example, and a whole lot of them. So I think I couldn't agree with you more when you speak about history and what a great legacy we have. And we continue this legacy today. For instance, there are 200 different kinds of weaves. But let me also tell you that we are not content on enjoying this legacy, sitting pretty on our legacy. You asked a very interesting question. We have evolved. So we would now like to say that we are modern, yet traditional. We are growing, yet we are responsible. So we have some of the most beautiful weaves in the world, but we also have some of the most modern factories of the world. We have the best weavers, we have the best producers at scale. So I think it's an entire spectrum from beautiful weaves to beautiful machine-produced textiles. I think there is a lot going in every sector, every subsector of textiles.
Right, but you know, often with textile, I'm at a crossroad. I don't know which side I'm on, because producing textile is such a handmade process. It empowers people, etc. And then you have the onset of machines come in. We now talk about AI integration as well. Are you worried at all about how this integration will happen? Or if you could give us an instance of how you're actually bringing the two together?
No, I'm not worried at all, because I think, one, there is room for everybody. Two, as I said, handlooms are one aspect of our legacy, which exists with us today. They are growing. And there are any number of entrepreneurs who have married e-commerce with tradition, and they are selling handlooms, they are certifying handlooms. We ourselves in the ministry have an India handmade portal where certified goods are sold. But on the other hand, while handmaids are by their very definition handmade, therefore one at a time, each one being different, made with care, made with love, made with passion. But on the other hand, we have machines turning out large volumes. 2,200 crore pieces of apparel are made every year in India. So that's some scale. So 12 million metric tons of fiber. So that is some scale. So while you have handmaids on one side, you have machine-made scale on the other side, and I really don't see any conflict. I rather think that's a happy confluence, just like our country, diverse, beautiful, coexisting.
I'm happy you said that. Often the thing that comes to mind about textile again, and recently I traveled to the back of the beyond of Rajasthan to cover some stories on handloom, and it was so heartening to see women who have perhaps never stepped out of their house, perhaps always behind a veil, come out, learn handloom, and being able to, run not just their lives in a new way, but their entire families in a new way as well. But the question that comes to mind when you arrive with that story to Delhi is a more macro one, which is, for decades now, India has been sort of the backdoor or the workplace of a global brand or big places. What will it take for us to get center stage there? I mean, we don't want India to be seen as just a place for backdoor work or just as a place for cheap labor. How do we ensure that that dignity also comes in, that consciousness and that branding of India also comes in?
I will answer this question in three ways. Let me first talk about handlooms. When I talk about handlooms, about people working in their homes, working with dignity, I think it ticks three very important boxes. One is gender, the other is bottom of the pyramid, and the third is sustainability. I don't think you can have anything more sustainable than that. But also, I think I like to point out that there are any number of designers who are producing, selling all over the world. I mean, I know of at least a couple of designers who open multiple stores across the world, sell their products in multiple stores across the world. Their products are worn by celebrities. So I think it is not entirely correct to say that we are the back office or we are the factory of the world. We are producing at scale, we are producing at dignity, and I think whichever way you look at it, I said in the beginning, you look at I think we are a $176 billion economy in textiles alone, $40 billion in exports, 10% of global merchandise exports. So I think we are doing a good job insofar as textiles are concerned.
Yeah, I have to agree with you over there. We're also having this chat when the Cannes Film Festival is on, and so many of the garments that celebrities actually wore came from India, and that was being spoken about, which is again a great thing. But you mentioned sustainability over there, which brings me to this next leg of our conversation, which is so critical. I don't think it's possible for a country or a brand or any organization today to have a textile front and not talk about sustainability. If you could point out three ways in which India is trying to achieve it today.
I will give you many more than three ways. But let me begin by saying that almost 100 years ago, Mahatma Gandhi said, the world has enough for everybody's need, but not enough for everybody's greed. And you'll be surprised to hear that this is exactly how the Brundtland Commission defines sustainability. So even before the rest of the world started talking about sustainability, we were actually practicing sustainability. And what Mahatma Gandhi said actually drew from many of our scriptures, who are Upanishads, are Vedas, who spoke about treating the earth as a mother. We did a wonderful show called Bharat Tex in February this year, and many of you were there. So we showed in Bharat Tex how each of the 9 R's which the world is talking about today draw their inspiration from something or the other that the Indian tradition has been practicing. Whether it is reuse, whether it is refurbishing, the Indian tradition has actually been practicing all this. And it is not as if we have abandoned these things now. If you look at our biggest textile clusters, for example, Panipat, you will see the amount of recycling, and not just recycling but upcycling which is done today. If you look at Tirupur is probably the only cluster, not just in India, in the world, which is energy positive, which has the maximum amount of renewable energy being used. So I think we have all these elements of excellence in the textile sector, where our MSMEs, and mind you, textiles is an MSME driven space. Despite all the constraints of size, technology, our MSMEs are doing a wonderful job in carrying forward the mantle of sustainability.
That's true. MSMEs have actually been the hero story over here. The other hero story in the world of textile and has been Khadi coming out of India. I think Khadi comes out as one standout brand that India associates with, how it's become cool even for younger generation to don it, and now become a piece of work for designers across the world to experiment with. But what after Khadi? I want to understand, is that a template that the ministry wants to follow now to bring out many more fabrics just like that?
See, we have associated khadi with our freedom struggle. But you'll be surprised to know, and probably not surprised to know, you mentioned it, I think the byword now is khadi for fashion. And
It's a statement.
it's a statement. And actually, if you were to talk the language of my son, the younger generation, khadi is cool now. Khadi is cool. And I think handlooms are also cool because the kind of elegance, the kind of uniqueness, the kind of passion they bring with them is what contributes to their coolness. I would also like to say...
But it's taken work, sir, right? It's taken work to get khadi to this, to make it cool, to make it associations with NIFT, with designers, upcoming designers saying that, listen, khadi can be used in so many other forms. So I'm sure there is work, that this template that has been followed to bring it, to this level. I'm trying to understand, can a similar template be followed for several others as well?
Yeah, you see, it's not just about the template, it's about recognizing the fact that there is a certain uniqueness in a product. The very fact that a Kashmiri Kani shawl takes 6 months for two weavers working together to build, and the kind of effort, energy and passion that goes into it is itself a template for its uniqueness. I think what has only changed is that the world is now recognizing it, not just in India, but all over the world. And the number of, if I can again digress into history, Napoleon's wife Josephine's famous possession was a Kashmiri Kani shawl. And I think we have only come full circle from being cool then to being cool now.
Talking about cool things happening in the world of textile, I hear smart textiles as a lingo now. I hear AI integration happening at various places. I recently met this woman who had integrated music into textile. So every time you touched a piece, it was a note of music. So really cool stuff is happening. What is India doing to incorporate it, to ensure that in this rush of AI everything, which seems to be the world now, we are not losing the essence of what we really stand for, but not missing the bus either?
I would only like to say what I said a few moments ago. India's diversity is our template. And we firmly believe that there is room for everything, from handmaids made with love to machine products made by robots. There is space for everybody. There is utility for everybody. And India as a country is dominating all elements of the value chain. We are good in handmaids, we are good in handlooms, we are equally good in machine maids. So the lesson, I think, and the message that I have is, insofar as textiles are concerned, we are really up there.
All right. Talking about what's required then, if I were to ask you in your capacity certain policy changes that could further catapult us in achieving our purpose, what are some of the things that come to mind where you would require support, say, from government and even from the private sector?
You see, when you talk of the entire textile system, the current size of our ecosystem is around $176 billion, which is around 15 lakh crores, of which exports are currently around $38 to $40 billion. Our vision, our objective is to take it to $350 billion by 2030, including $100 billion of exports. Now, how do you do that? And what is that is required to actually achieve that vision? To begin with, raw material. We are a cotton-led country, so you need much more of cotton. So what are we going to do about that? We are this year beginning a cotton productivity mission, which looks at productivity of cotton, which looks at trash content of cotton, which looks at technology in ginning factories, which looks at how to improve your entire cotton ecosystem. Then, once you have the raw material, you need large factories. And you need not just one factory, you need large clusters, factories located close to each other, scale, logistics. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we have 7 PM Mitra Parks coming up in 7 important textile regions of the country. Each park is at least 1,000 acres in size. Each park will contribute to investments of nearly $1 billion, 10,000 crores. Each park will lead to 1 lakh of direct investment. So we are trying to build an ecosystem which is very large, which can complement and facilitate the vision that we have. Then what about exports? We have a large number of schemes which support exports, but more than that, we are trying to open doors to exports for our exporters. And you recently saw the India-UK FTA which was signed, which will open up an entire new world of exports for our people. So I think across the value chain, from raw materials to factories to logistics to processing, sustainability, exports, we are trying to build an ecosystem which will neatly come together like a jigsaw puzzle and propel this textile sector to where we want it to be.
That sounds like quite a plan. What kind of support are you looking in this from the private sector? What is it that they can do to help the government achieve this?
Okay, let me use a theatrical analogy. We are sitting here, so there are a lot of people working behind the scenes. So there are people who put up this screen, there are people who put up this background, there are people who put up these mics. So they are the people who set the stage. So, but you and me have to perform and talk sense. So I think the government is the person who is setting the stage, setting the mic, setting the camera, setting the stage. But you and me are the private sector who have to ultimately invest, grow, develop so that we reach where we are.
That's a great analogy. I love that you brought it up. So if for all the young people watching right now who are saying, oh, textile is cool, textile is fun, government has lots of plans in this sector as well. So how about I have this startup idea to work on it? Do you have some tips for them on which spaces they should look for, which will have government support and perhaps, help them?
Okay, two things. The first thing I want to say to everybody, the young and the old here, is that this is India's age and time. Whichever way you look at it, this is India's age and time. Economics, geopolitics, and textiles in particular, this is India's time. So all I want to say is go for it. And to answer your specific question, what is it that they should go for? Sustainability, technology, AI, robotics, the world is your platform. Go for it, and we are here to support you.
Right. I want to go back a little bit about the backbone of the entire sector, which comes from our grassroots. It comes from people who are the faceless people, like you said, who set the stage. They're the people who are the raw material, so to say, to use that analogy of that entire system. At the moment, is there a goal that the government has in mind to empower so many more households? Or are there particular states, areas that are going to be in focus in the coming years?
I believe you're talking about the weavers and the artisans to begin with, although there is also a very large number of people, 4.5 crore, who work in the factories, who power our factories. So they are also equally important for us. But to talk about the weavers and the artisans, I think the interesting and the important thing which has happened, the most important thing for them is a market linkage. And technology is supporting them in providing this market linkage. A weaver making an outstanding piece is no good unless it can be packaged well, it can be sold well, and that is where the need of people other than the weaver come in. And all that we are working towards is to create that linkage where the product of the weaver can get not just the money it deserves, but also the affection, the love it deserves. If somebody works on a loom with his or her hands to create a piece which takes 6 months to produce, it is only natural for him or her to expect not just monetary compensation, but true love and reward for the work that he or she is doing. And therefore, I think there are so many startups who are taking these products to all over the world. And in the process of taking these products all over the world, they are also taking to the world the history of these products, the art of these products, the weaves this make these products. So equally important as gaining remuneration for these products is spreading the word about how these are done.
Also about just retaining the art forms, right? Because that seems to be a bit of a dying culture as well. But let's come to the other point that you, sort of underlined over there about our factories. What's the progress there? Because we understand one of the major challenges with this AI-driven world is going to be occupation. It is going to be on trying to ensure that young people in the country have the right kind of occupations, have the right kind of sort of opportunities as well. In that space, do you see textiles sort of leading the way?
You see, textiles is the
job creation, particularly.
Textiles is the second largest employer in the country after agriculture. So, 33% of your manufacturing employment is in agriculture. In fact, some of the organized textile hubs in the country are actually soliciting more workers. They are asking more and more workers, and it's an interesting trend that many of the organized manufacturers of textiles or apparel are now going into areas where labor is in abundance. So I think this is probably the only sector where industry is taking labor rather than the other way around.
Okay, that's good news. That's good to know. I didn't know that after agriculture, textiles were actually taking that route. That's lovely. In a larger context of handloom and textile, the story, like I said, being weaved together from back in a village to a product getting global recognition, how can government sort of ensure, what kind of schemes are really there to ensure that there's not just one Sabyasachi who takes India's name forward, but so many more come out? MSME schemes are some of the ones that you spoke about. Could you shed more light on how we can make it happen together?
Okay, to begin with designers, yes, Sabyasachi is a great designer, but there are many more. Rahul Mishra exhibits at the Paris show. Pero sells in 150 stores around the world. 1111 does some of the most sustainable products. And I think NIFT is India's best and largest known fashion institution, consistently ranked among the top 10 fashion institutions worldwide. So we have a large repertoire to offer in terms of designers, in terms of their skill sets, and our designers are making a name for themselves in the world. But yes, I think there is always room for more, and one of the things that the ministry is doing through NIFT is to create a large number of designers who can go and then seek them for themselves place in the sun. And I like to say at every convocation, I tell the graduating NIFT students, you are not just NIFT graduates, you are India's ambassadors. When you go abroad, exhibit India's designs, my heart and India's heart swells up in pride.
That's actually quite true. And for anybody sitting in the audience who actually did not go to Bharat Tex, let me tell you, it was a spectacle. It was such a vast, and it really swells your heart with pride when you see so much of talent coming out of India. And there was a specific booth that was organized by NIFT, wherein it was totally run by students, by teachers, and they all came together to sort of speak about that. Which is what brings me to, what are sort of things like Bharat Tex doing to it? And do we need more of these? The next chapter, do you see yourself including even more sort of people in it, engaging a more global audience as well?
If I were to answer you in one word, Bharat Tex is a celebration of India's strength in textiles. A lot of people think India is the factory of the world. India only produces in small quantities. The objective of Bharat Tex is to showcase India's strength, not just across products, but across time, across designs. That is why you will have Bharat Tex telling you about Pliny the Elder's lament. It will also tell you about how sustainable we were 2000 years ago, when the world had not yet learned to write properly. Our Upanishads were already talking about reverence for Mother Earth. But it also tells you how Indian producers today are some of the most sustainable, even by Western standards. So it is an exposition of the breadth and the length of Indian industry and strengths across sectors. You spoke of NIFT. I will give you two examples. There is something called a fashion forecasting service, which forecasts what are the trends going to be for the next season. We were dependent so far on trends which various overseas companies were putting out. But NIFT has done an AI-based trend forecast that tells you about trends for the Indian textile sector.
And what does it say?
What kind of colors will be in vogue, what kind of designs will be in vogue, what is the textile story.
Move aside Pantone color of the year.
Absolutely.
Move aside that.
Something
India's
like that.
and NIFT color of the year is going to be out very soon.
And something more. The clothes that you and me wear, you would have noticed the labels are driven by European standards. EU size 5, US 5-8. For the first time, we have something called India size. A size which anthropomorphically measures our sizes and then designs sizes as per our needs. The returns on online platforms are 20 to 30% simply because the clothes don't fit. And anybody who has ordered online would have faced the problem of having to return clothes. Clothes from one brand don't fit, sizes which fit me for one brand don't fit me for another brand. And NIFT has done India size, which is India size. And I would like to say it again, when I see all these things happening in India, my heart swells up with pride.
That's absolutely true, and this is so good to hear. Imagine, move aside EU sizes and UK sizes.
Absolutely.
A Bharat size.
Bharat is coming.
A Bharat size on your clothes would be such a cool idea.
Yes.
Done completely in India. Something that empowers the people who are faceless back of the beyond in our villages, but all the way in different ways, you know, helping
Buy India for India.
Buy India for India. So this is great work that you're doing, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today and shedding a light. Huge round of applause, please, for Rohit Kansal. Yeah. All right, moving on from that. India's rise in the global value chain is powered by its unique blend of talent, technology, and trust, positioning the nation as a key architect of the new knowledge-driven economic order as the world looks towards India for these services. Now, we are pleased to welcome the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to share his thoughts on India's role in shaping a new economic order. Please join me in welcoming CA Charanjot Singh Da. He's the President of ICAI and he's here for an address.
Good evening, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and the wonderful audience. We gather today at a time when India is not just rising, it is redefining its place in the world. I would like to put across that the last few decades have seen a remarkable journey from cautious liberalization in 1991 to confident global leadership today. As we stand at this historic inflection point, we are called not only to reflect our achievements, but to dream bigger, act bolder, and lead smarter. When I speak about the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, I want to tell you that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up by an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. When the most important document of this democracy, the Constitution, was not adopted. All of you are well aware that the Constitution to this great country was promulgated on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. They were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer the country into the path of perpetual progress and growth. And there we are, the financial soldiers of this great country, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to tell you that since inception, we have worked in tandem with the economic policies of the country. And we as chartered accountants have only thought one thing: how to take our motherland to unprecedented heights. If you speak about the way India has grown up, I am reminded of a couplet which I would like to share with you. The couplet says, "Buton tareef hai tum par." बुत समझते हैं ना, मुजस्मा, स्टैच्यू. बुतों तारीफ है तुम पर, तरक्की इसको कहते हैं. ना तराशे थे तो पत्थर थे, तराशे तो खुदा निकले. Your indulgence, your working, and more importantly, your international relations. I'll give you some data after, say, 5 minutes. Internationally, I remember when I joined the council way back in 2004, whenever I used to go for international destinations, international conferences, meetings, there was a feeling that we are second-rank citizens. And see how times have changed. Today we are at premium. You go to any place in this world, Indians are considered as leaders. If I speak about chartered accountants, we were the first in the entire world, an integral part of International Federation of Accountants, to come out with guidance on remote audit way back on 30th March 2020, when COVID had barely started. I want to very candidly and very happily share with you that we are the first institute in the world to come out with 23 forensic standards. All across, Indian talent is being searched. Last 1 month I was twice in London. I came on the board of XBR International. So when I speak to people, they seek guidance from us. I remember the days when we had to ask something to them. Now they come to us for slightest of guidance. I met the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales, Mr. Malcolm Beckers. He was very keen. He was very happy to receive me and very happy to associate with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I met the ambassador there, Mr. Vikram Durai. He was again very keen to ensure how Indian diaspora can add value to the initiatives or growth of the entire UK. I am reminded again of his second couplet. You'll have to bear with my couplets. It says, "Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Dete na the jo jawab, unke salam aane lage. Waqt badla, to mere neem ke ped par aam aane lage." India's meteoric growth. I'll give you some statistics. We are the modern India's growth story. Third largest economy, fifth largest economy with GDP of over USD 3.7 trillion, poised to be the third largest economy by 2030. USD 35 trillion economy by 2047. The vision, India 2047, is not a distant vision. It is not a distant dream. It is a roadmap to a developed, equitable and respectable India. We are moving from the margins to the mainstream of the global order. Ladies and gentlemen, India is now the emerging capital of global capacity centers, GCCs. I want to very candidly put across that we are the first nation to have received such great response with respect to outsourcing. Outsourcing not only in accounts or in taxation, it extends now to recruitments, to trainings, to GST returns, to DST opinions, to GST systems. It goes ahead for payroll. See, the entire world has now transformed into India into its back office. When you think of Gurgaon very near to us, it is probably the first small city which has the maximum concentration with respect to outsourcing. Look at the way how we have grown. We have close to 1,700 GCCs, global capacity centers, with over 1.9 million professionals working there. India is no longer just a support center. It is epicenter of innovation, analytics, cybersecurity, and AI-driven transformation. When I come on to AI, let me tell you, 81% of international IT initiatives originate from India. I can give you statistics about my institute. We have a committee called AI in ICI, Artificial Intelligence in ICI. We started a course, a small certificate course way back on 1st July 2024. Today we have 16,000 people who have qualified the course and 35,000 people waiting to do that. India, when it inched ahead, it could see, and I'm speaking to that people, I'm speaking to that crowd who's totally enlightened. Or otherwise on a Friday evening, it is very difficult to find such enlightened audience like you. कहते ना कि मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी थोड़ा भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल मिल ही जाएगी थोड़ा भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो हैं जो घरों से निकले ही नहीं. People who have come here would ultimately become the igniters of the international revolution in which we are going to participate as a very large player. I would like to tell you that with our deep talent pool, cost advantage and robust digital infrastructure, India has become the brain behind the global enterprise. From current US 64 billion GCC market size, it is expected to cross 100 billion by the end of 2030. The way people are joining, this is a very, very fair an estimate by chartered accountant who can understand. It's totally worked and is backed with total figures. Strategic trade partnerships. India is a trusted global ally. Our expanding Indian footprint reinforces this role. India's export now exceed USD 770 billion, and we are amongst the fastest growing global economy. Free trade agreements with UK, UAE and Australia, and regional engagements with IPF and Indo-Pacific platforms. It signals a strategic pivot towards high-value diversified goods. India is not just exporting goods, it is exporting credibility and competence. I want to tell you, you are aware of IFRS, the International Financial Standards, reporting standards, and the carve-outs which we have done, which is the Ind AS, with the in sync with the local systems and usages. You'll be happy to know we do a lot of work by integrating their Ind AS. We do work, for example, transforming a US account to a UK account. This is a system which has grown us. We are now capably taking care of so many economies, so many accounting systems, accounting standards across the globe, so that we can take any financial statements from one geographical area, translate into those or translate into the most accepted IFRS. Again, a great area. India's strategic demographic edge. Today, India's median age is 32. 10 years less than China. The youthful energy is our biggest asset. It drives consumption. It drives innovation. It attracts global investment. Why people want to come to India? Why people say that India is going to be global power? The reason is very simple, that we have the greatest consumption power. We understand technology. See, if you speak of technology, you speak of artificial intelligence, you speak of blockchain, you speak of internet era, you speak of data analytics, you speak of cyber audits, you speak of information system audits. The entire arena is now occupied by Indians. And the best part, when you go and express, they understand. I want to tell you why we are so advanced in technology. In fact, everything in technology happens with grammatically correct English. And in the subcontinent, only India is the country which understands English, which uses the grammatically correct English and not slangs. I would like to tell you that from a tax contributor base to a workforce powering AI, cloud computing and fintech, this generation is laying the ground for a modern India. I would like to tell you the passion with which we work. I remember a rally in US. The presiding officer got up and said, let us take a vote. It was some 10 years back, that we will outsource no work to India. Immediately the chairman of the sessions jumped up. He said, don't make people say lies. He says, what work an American can't do for $200, an Indian does for $20. And what he said about the profession was great. He said a CPA in US works for 16 hours a week. They have 3 days as weekend, 4 hours multiplied by 4 days. And he says an Indian chartered accountant works for 16 hours a day and responsibly gives the work. So the passion with which we move ahead, and I want to tell you, this is the only driver of Indians across the borders. We are considered as a passionate crowd of people. We are considered as people who understand what and how it has to be delivered, that on time. कहते हैं ना कि रूहों में भी दाग आ जाते हैं, कॉन्शियस रूहों में भी दाग आ जाते हैं जब दिलों में दिमाग आ जाते हैं. We are driven by heart, not by our mind. So the Indian strategic democratic edge also puts us at the right place. Now, the democracy dividend, innovation through freedom, very important. The India's democratic governance is not just a value, it's a competitive advantage. I want to tell you something about the institute. Our institute is the largest institute of the world, with over 4,50,000 chartered accountants and 10 lakh students. I was in Chandigarh when the blackout happened. I was earlier in Bathinda. I was speaking in two of the universities. Then I came to Chandigarh. We have a huge branch in Chandigarh. Then I thought, why should I not address our members to show to the world, to show to India our preparedness for the war, if it comes. So we had a meeting. I'd like to tell you, a small meeting in our council room, which was taken care, and we simply gave one message. Close for 14,50,000 individuals. Immediately 50,000 people were there, and close to 10 lakh people attended that. So look how disciplined things can change the entire thought process of India. I want to tell you that India's democratic governance is not just a value, it's competitive advantage. The way we work, the way we produce, the way we understand things, and the way we offer solutions. I don't want to say something bad about a community, but I'll give an example. I was in Australia, and my next door neighbor, a small girl, was born. I wanted to buy some clothes for her, so I went to a showroom, bought 2 clothes, and then I could figure out one more frock which was better than the other one. So I said, sir, this is the frock, change this. I had to pay the bill. He was in tension. One frock was $15, other was $40. So the third one I bought was $50. तो मैंने उसको बोला कि 55 के बजाय आप 65 रुपए ले ले. He said, first let me enter that one, then let me take that out, and then let me enter the 50. आप समझ सकते हैं, if you speak on the road, people have maths in their minds. We need to be disciplined. We need to be united. We need to be supporting our people. So we need to understand that innovation thrives in freedom. We need to understand that creativity emerges from diversity, and sustainable growth requires inclusion. I want to tell you that this is why India's democracy resonates globally, especially when we engage with fellow democracies in the Quad, G20 and BRICS. Ladies and gentlemen, when you come to sustainability standards, when you come to impact financing, when you come to ESG, you'll note one thing very clearly. We give models, we give calculations for carbon credits, which normally people does not understand. And I want to tell you an order, India and the new multilateral world order. The post-Cold War multilateralism is fading now. A new multipolar world is emerging, defined by regional relationship, collaborative information, innovation and shared prosperity. Now, India is uniquely poised to lead the entire crowd. How? As a bridge between global north and south, as a champion of climate justice, digital inclusion and sustainability development, as a nation that can balance power with principle and growth with equity. Our successful G20 presidency proved that India can bring consensus over the entire world. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I move towards conclusion, I'd like to give some more strengths of us. Our capital market is an example for the entire world. I was the chairman of the Committee on Financial Market and Investor Protection for over 6 to 7 years. I was part of SEBI's Committee on Primary Market, a committee on SCODA, Committee on Disclosures and Accounting Standards. Today, our trade guarantee funds are the best in the world. Our systems and settlements are best in the world. See, some people feel that Western world is very developed. It is not the case. Our risk, our ability to determine Data analytics, see, times have gone. Earlier, it was gold, then it became oil. Today, it is entirely and entirely data. The data has this peculiar nature. If you have the entire data and you do not know how to bring out the analysis, it is of no use. So data analytics has emerged as a big game. And internationally, we are masters of it. So when it comes to capital market, when it comes to technical analysis, fundamental analysis, we become leaders. If you take care of all investment bankers, I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet, but it is a fact. Investment bankers, brokerage houses, even merchant bankers, you'll find number of chartered accountants there because they understand numbers. They understand how to crunch numbers. They understand how to move ahead. They understand how to tell the things to the board or to the audit committee, which can ultimately be used for furtherance of the business or goodwill of the company. Capital market is our first test. Rising foreign exchange. I don't know if you have noticed or not. When the war was you can say, small war, and when the expectancy of war was at the highest level, foreign investors were rightly buying. They're buying till today, past 21 days, they have been incessantly buying. What does that show? That shows the level which we have. This shows that the faith the world have on us. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not speak much. I have to say goodbye to you. But I want to tell you, be proud to be an Indian. Make your thought process as crystal clear what you intend to achieve. And more importantly, have a strong mind. Somebody once asked Swami Vivekananda, he said, Swamiji, you have gone through Veda and Upanishads n numbers of times. Can you tell me in a line the gist of Veda and Upanishads? Swamiji smiled and said, my boy, in a line, I shall not only tell you the gist of Veda and Upanishads, I will tell you the entire concept on which our motherland India thrives. The words uttered by Swamiji are written in golden words in Indian history. He said, strength is life and weakness is death. इसका कतई मतलब ये नहीं कि कल से हम आयरन पंप करेंगे जिम में जाकर. जहनी ताकत की बात हो रही है. Your thought process that drives you. End to end to the entire thing. It is not a matter of life. I will describe death also. You all know Shahid Bhagat Singh. The International Treaty of Prisoners says that a man can be hanged when the sun is going up. Unfortunately, when Bhagat Singh was hanged, the sun was not going up. The sun was not stagnant. It had set in. He was lying on a couch. The executor came and said, sad news for you, Bhagat Singh. It is time for you to be executed in half an hour. Bhagat Singh got up. When he got up, the executor thought that he will harm him. He ran. You know, Bhagat Singh was a great athlete. दो कुचाले मार के पीछे से उन्होंने एग्जीक्यूटर जल्लाद को पकड़ लिया और कहा, शुक्रिया मेरे भाई. एक मौत के हरकारे के लिए ये नितांत अजनबी शब्द थे. उसने मुड़ के पूछा, आपने मुझे शुक्रिया भाई कहा? भगत सिंह ने कहा, बेशक, क्योंकि मैंने जब से होश संभाला है मेरा एक ही ख्वाब है अपने देश पे कुर्बान होने का, और वो मुबारक घड़ी आ गई. ये कहते कहते कोले का टुकड़ा लिखकर एक इबारत लिखी जेल खाने में, जो आज भी महफूज है. उन्होंने लिखा, कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम, कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो. The last parting note which I want to bring to your kind notice, as Indians we have to define our mindsets. We have to create the chemistry on us to create value and reach at the top. I can say with my experience of close to 58 years, wherever we put our steps, people run away. It becomes our territory. I don't want to annex nations. I want to annex the economic orders and ensure that India's role in shaping the new economic orders becomes truly fantabulous. I'm thankful to TV18 for having me invited here. I'm thankful to all of you for a very patient hearing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for that, Mr. Nanda. That was clearly fired up. You've left us with a lot to think about and lots of inspiration over there. Let's move on now to the last few sessions of the day. Now, India's influence in the world today is not only measured through diplomacy and defense, but also through its digital innovation, travel ecosystems. The fusion of tech, AI and tourism is shaping a new narrative for India's soft power. Now, to explore this very exciting transformation, we are joined by two eminent leaders representing policy, industry and digital travel innovation. Please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause Suman Bila, IAS Additional Secretary and DG Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, here on stage. And also Alok Bajpai, Chairman, MD, Group CEO, Ixigo. Also Chandra joins us on stage for the conversation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Billa and Alok. I don't know how many of you know this, but Alok and Ixigo were the first online travel aggregators to suspend bookings on, to Turkey, Azerbaijan and China at the height of the India-Pakistan escalation. And, I'm sure that was a very tough business call to take, considering they are a listed company in India. But I think it was very close to Alok's heart. Alok, maybe you can tell us a little about that before we move on to the session.
Yeah, so I think, when we saw what was happening and we saw the fact that, there was a very strong sentiment in our country because we serve Bharat and we have a lot of users all over. Like in FY25, we had like almost 500 million annual active users, and the amount of sentiments that was starting to show about certain countries and travel to those countries. And 10th May morning, we took this decision that, we're going to stop selling or suspend bookings for, these countries, because I think that we felt like it was the right thing to do. I don't think we thought too much around the business impact or anything like that. It was just the right thing to do as an Indian. And I think if you think about the fact that in good times, we think that business as usual is what, but good times is when we need to think twice about, where our money is going and, what causes is it supporting, because it's only in bad times that we wake up and realize these things. So I think, it was a decision taken to respect the sentiments of millions of people out there, our users, and also for their safety, right? I think I wouldn't feel very safe traveling to some countries who, have supported, our enemy states.
A round of applause for that, because it takes a lot of courage to go ahead and do that. And I think after Ixigo announced it, a couple of your peers also said they will follow through. But Mr. Billa, since we are talking about India's soft power, travel, tech and AI, it's also a sector that is vulnerable to geopolitics, to the overall perception about a certain country and a region. So can you take us through what, has unfolded in the last 2 weeks? What has changed? What has not changed? Whether it's inbound travel, outbound travel, domestic travel, international travel.
So I think, there is no doubt that the past couple of weeks would impact the tourism sector. But I think looking at where India is, we're in a good place. And the reason why I say that is because we have a very strong domestic demand. For a country, say like Maldives, 90% of their tourism sector depends upon the inbound travel. For us, it's the reverse. We have 250 crore people traveling domestically within the country, but we have about, 1.8 crore people who are actually coming into the country. So there will be, some impact, but I think it's going to be marginal, and I don't think the economy is really going to sort of feel it. So my sense is that India is fundamentally strong. I don't think there are any basic questions about the security in the country. So it'll probably take a few months. But my sense is that by November, we'll be back. Even for inbound, we will come back roaring. And I think in the meantime, we have a very strong summer season, which is essentially the domestic season, so that will play out. So I don't see much of a concern on how this is going to play out. I think we're very strong. Compared to several other countries around the world, I think we are very strong, we're very resilient, and there is no reason for us to worry about if that's going to really impact livelihoods within the tourism sector.
Right. Alok?
Yeah, just to add to Sir's point, I think we are extremely resilient as a country. I can tell you that, at least for us, our domestic bookings are back at above, at levels which are similar to what existed before the conflict, right? In some cases above, right? So in that case, I don't think there is a safety or threat perception at this point that people are feeling, not just for domestic but even for international. But the inbound part, like Sir said, could be where the impact and the perception, etc., might take some time to settle down. I think the longer term impact that I'm worried about is like, when we saw the Pahalgam incident happen, at that time, Kashmir was at all time, like we've never seen that kind of demand for J&K. The summer was just about to start, first half of April. We saw 70% year-on-year growth, at least on our platform for Srinagar, Jammu, etc., right? So I think we were about to hit an all-time high, across the region there, but it just, like this has been derailed now. It might take some time to come back. So that's the part which is going to take a while.
So has demand shifted elsewhere in India, or has that sort of completely disappeared? The tourists who were heading to, say, a Gulmarg, a Pahalgam,
we saw a lot of cancellations, even like people who had tickets for June, etc., right? I mean, obviously a lot of people will wait and watch and will want to plan a vacation elsewhere. But like you said, yes, they have been substituted with bookings to other places. And I think international, outbound is something that we have not seen as much impact as what we thought there would be, but because people haven't really changed those plans much. Domestic people traveling, even to some places near J&K, I mean, I would say northern states, there was some slight impact. But as we speak, all of the domestic impact X of J&K,
so
we've gone
to Amritsar and all, it's not.
It's back to the pre-conflict levels.
Right. Mr. Billa, in the last week, we've also seen calls for Indians to not, travel to countries like Turkey and Azerbaijan. And, Ixigo had banned Turkey, Azerbaijan, China on their platform. Others also followed suit. Is this going to be a part of a broader trend? Because last year we had seen a lot of Indian tourists go to Baku in Azerbaijan. It became, one of the hottest travel destinations, and a lot of people planning trips to Istanbul and Cappadocia and so on. What is the government's view on this?
No, I think the government's view is very clear. It is not the business of the government to tell the public or the businesses where to send people and where not to send people. But what we are seeing today is there is a public sentiment which is very widespread. And that is resulting in, there are concerns, and that is getting reflected in the way that, several of our industry partners and colleagues in the business are seeing. There is a steep drop in demand. And they're saying the drop in demand is anywhere between 95 to 100% on several of them. So that's a popular sentiment. It's not for the government, to sort of say don't travel or not to travel. All things being equal, there are international frameworks within which businesses are conducted and people travel. But what we are seeing today is that there is public sentiment against traveling to certain things, and since they feel so strongly, that is also getting reflected in the way the businesses are. It's not that the businesses are, of course, he has done an exceptional, sort of thing by taking a proactive position. But typically, even for those who haven't, there are just no bookings forthcoming. So if we have several flights which are flying between both the geographies, if there is no demand, eventually that is going to sort of taper down too. So I guess that the sentiment will get sort of probably shifted a little bit when there is a little bit more improvement in relationships and people think that it's probably a good time to, get back to what it used to be like before.
Right. Alok, you want to add to that? Have you also seen, anecdotally, we've done stories that, there have been cancellations to these regions?
So there have been cancellations. I mean, in our case, like we said, we just suspended the bookings. I think almost every travel company has made one announcement or the other. In our case, we were very clear. It was a very binary decision. We suspended the bookings. It's not an advisory. It's not a pop-up. It's full suspension, right? And until geopolitical equations change, or there's any kind of rapprochement that happens, I think we're likely to stick to this stance.
Right. Mr. Billa, talking about, India's overall potential when it comes to tourism, the promise is always there in terms of the rich diversity we have to offer. But where are we in terms of creating the supply for this? Because increasingly, at least the premium travelers who would have gone, to a Goa are now going to Sri Lanka, Vietnam and Bangkok because they think that is more economical than any, Indian tourist destination. At least Goa, there was a lot of anecdotal evidence on this. Where do you think the fault lies? Are we too expensive? Have some of these people inflated prices too heavily? How can we sort of improve India's potential, take back some of that share that's, going to Vietnam and Thailand and Hong Kong and Sri Lanka and so on? What else do we need to do in terms of creating better infra, better hotels, better capacity, better pricing?
So I think it's a macroeconomic issue. And if we frame it, over the past 10 years, India has been the fastest growing large economy in the world. Now, what it has done is it has put a lot of money in the pockets of people, and aspirations are there. So people who traditionally did not travel on holidays earlier are now traveling. Especially the middle classes have started traveling like never before. So unfortunately, I think while demand has skyrocketed, I think supply has not kept pace. And the reasons can be many, but I think there are broadly three things that we need to do. First, I think we need to, as a government, we need to start taking entrepreneurial position on tourism because it has the ability to become an engine for economic growth for your state
and for jobs.
The government of India. Second, as you said rightly, is it has the highest potential to create jobs in the country. Today, it supports 78 million jobs. I think if we work hard in the next 5 years, we can generate another 25 million jobs. And today, the contribution of tourism sector to the GDP is about 5%. And I think realistically, we should have the ambition to double it in the next 10 years. So if we have to do all of this, I think supply side has to really grow, which means that, one, we have to look at the capital structure. Because today, several times when the hoteliers, when they want to build a hotel and go to the bank, they're clubbed in the real estate segment, which means that a repayment period of 8 years and a higher interest rate, which does not justify the investment. So in the current budget, we have said 50 destinations will be targeted for plant development, and we have said in all of these places, investments into the hospitality sector will straight away qualify under the infrastructure segment, which means I get to payback period goes up to 15%, and then I'm also able to get the loan at about 3% lower than what I would have normally got. The second thing is that states need to take a position of proactive position to take investors past the tipping point, which means that how do I ensure that all the clearances are given on a timely basis? If you look at some countries like Indonesia, Singapore, there are about 30 licenses that are taken there. Here we need about 60 licenses, and each of them takes 56 days. So there's a great case for us to see as to how to rationalize that and ensure predictability for them. The second thing is states also should come on board and make land available. They need to sort of look at, what are the incentives and subsidies that you're willing to give to investors to come and make that investment. Because tourism not only creates jobs, as you said, but is also an enabler for other businesses to happen. I cannot be a great industrial hub if I do not have high quality hotels in the vicinity where I expect, visitors to come and investors to come and stay. But the good thing is that that narrative is changing. And I'm sure in the next 5 years, we will be in a very different place than where we are. So if we are able to increase the demand, then then the prices will automatically cool down, and this attraction of going abroad will also sort of square off. But I get the point that every dollar saved is a dollar earned. So we should try to consciously retain as many travelers as we can within the country, because it helps us retain our own foreign exchange. And if we can create jobs here and if we can kickstart our economies, that's perhaps the best thing that we should do.
Right. Alok, anything else that you'd like to add here in terms of what else can be done from an infra point of view, policy point of view? What are the bottlenecks that's holding us back?
I think, see, two things have happened post-COVID. One is that there is a clear premiumization of demand, right? We published some stats yesterday along with our earnings, and essentially, if you look at the average spend that a traveler has when he travels to a destination, I think there's a clear upward movement there, which is at way higher than the inflation rate, which means that people are expanding the share of wallet they're spending when they travel. And if you go more premium, which means the moment you look at 4 or 5 star, you see that trend clearly playing out in terms of utilizations, in terms of the fact that hotels will get sold out or they'll get outpriced. So in destinations like Goa, we saw in the last peak season, there was a huge hue and cry about the rates at which the hotels were going. And I think what is needed is not just the investment to create, more properties, but also more experiences. Like, I mean, if you go to a Singapore or a Dubai, and you want to do, let's say, you have a day to spend there, and, you will have, you'll be spoiled for choice. You'll have 200 things out there that you could literally look into. And if I go to some of these apps which sell these experiences and activities, and I look up a Mumbai or a Goa, it's surprising that there is no world-class adventure park, theme park, water park in Goa today. And that's our top tourist destination, right? So the amount of investment we need to create adjacent experiences, I think that's non-trivial, but that's the next leg of opportunity. So it's beyond just hotels. I think you will start seeing
packages,
you will start seeing
experiences,
activities, theme parks, adventure parks. That's the next leg of growth for us, because then somebody who's going to Goa is not just going for beaches anymore. There might be 3 other things that have come up which make it even more attractive. And the second part, this was the first part. Now the second part is we have to pay more attention to the next billion users. So the part of Goa which is not affected in terms of this demand constraint is if you look at the budget side, right?
Yeah.
And there is a very large set of people from tier 2, 3 towns who have never been to Goa yet. And they're going for the first time in their lives, and they're sitting on a train or a bus to get there, many of them using our apps. And we've figured out that, look, the kind of experience they want, the kind of package they want, or the kind of holiday they want, again, we have to build more understanding and empathy for that. And, we can't just be obsessed about the top 10%.
Yeah.
If we want to expand tourism, we have to, look at Mahakumbh is a great example, right? Anyone and everyone wanted to be there because there was something in it for everyone, right? It's a spiritual experience that, I'm sure people want to, sort of create that memory for their lifetime, right? And we have to think of what are those experiences and vectors which can drive the next leg of growth. Spiritual is going to be one strong one. We already saw it with Varanasi, Ayodhya, then with Mahakumbh. And the next one I also feel is senior citizen tourism, right? So a lot of people in our country who are getting retired, they have money, we are living longer, the healthcare system is improving. What are we doing to make our destinations more accessible for them, more amenable for them? Are we creating packages which are more friendly for them? I think we'll have to start thinking of that, because that's a huge opportunity if you ask me.
Interesting points. One on spiritual tourism and one on senior citizen tourism. So you want to add to that in terms of what we can do to, and also improving the modes of transport, making all these places accessible, not just flight, but trains, buses. As Alok said, buses are also a huge push area.
So I think, just to pick the thread, I think on the big infrastructure, we've done exceptionally well. The airports in India are amongst the best in the world now, and the quality of our aircraft far surpass those in several other places. These Vande Bharat trains over the past, 7 years, 5 to 7 years, they are great enablers. It's clean, it's quick, it's fast, it connects you point to point. For tourism, it's a great enabler. And even on the road transport, we have fantastic national highways now. We have achieved the critical mass today, and there are, good transportation options which are available. I think where we probably are, so I think the peaks are all there. If you look at all this infrastructure, our hotels are world class. I think where we are probably facing the dips is the experience at the destination.
Yeah.
Because, when you go to, so two things. One is that our attractions are world class, but our tourist experience is not commensurate with the potential of the place. Suppose, you go to Hampi or, Khajuraho or something. There is no doubt that the attraction is fantastic, but people need shaded areas. People need, fine dine options. There should be that ecosystem of entertainment, things which are there, which extends their stay there. Otherwise, I go to a monument, I finish the Taj Mahal in 3 hours, and then what do I do next? And so we need to create, as Alok said, these compelling experiences for people to stay back. It's not the number of people I bring into the destination, it's how long I retain them. If I get a day tripper, that is, counts as one, but if I am able to retain them for 2 nights there, then I'm actually having 3x more the impact that I'm able to, sort of generate. So I think we need to create deeper experiences around the destination.
Attractions.
Exactly. When a person goes to a place, he's seen it, but you're also know that you have some time, and what else is it that I can do? And everybody else around the world has figured it out, but I think that will happen, and we will build it.
So will that come from the center, from the states, them working together? How is this going to work?
I think this experience building
and will the private sector play a big role?
So I think this experience and product building is essentially a function of the private sector. And I think what the government should do, both the center and the state, should create a framework to support them and to encourage them. Like even putting some sort of, some countries put a grant on creating new products and experiences, something like a, initial support. So I think we should get into that framework, and it's already happening. If you look at several destinations today, there are many more walks and many more experiences.
Heritage walks and all that.
Yeah.
As we wrap, Alok, also talk to us about tech and AI, what role it can play. Because even at your scale today, Ixigo essentially has 500 employees who are working on everything from airline booking to train booking to bus booking across your different platforms. What role will AI increasingly play in travel, in the analytics behind travel? How are you leveraging it?
Yeah, and that's where it goes beyond just the booking, right? So I think we consider our role as right from the planning stage to the researching stage to the booking stage to post-booking, where you are in the trip and you have lots of things that can go wrong. You could have a train that's delayed or a flight gate, boarding gate that's changed. So I think the hand-holding is becoming a lot more preemptive and a lot more, I think, data and AI-led. So if you use any of our apps, I'm sure you would have seen that there is a lot of intelligence that we've built over time there, and that's something we'll have to now double down on with voice. So one of the things we're doing right now, for example, is, and we already had an AI chatbot many years ago, which now does 91% of our customer support end-to-end is done by Tara, our AI chatbot. But on voice, we've launched this voice agent, which now does voice-to-voice call. Hard to tell the difference between a human and a AI agent. We just disclosed that 45% of our flight customer support voice calls are already being handled by AI, and it's being done in multiple languages. So the beauty of this is that actually it's going to expand the envelope to the extent where even regional language customer support, regional language hand-holding, imagine you land in a destination and you want to ask something, it can be done in your local language. If you're coming from a place, let's say you want to talk in Bhojpuri, you can actually get support in Bhojpuri, right? That's where the future is headed. And I think we have to think of it, the problem statement like that, because the next leg, the next envelope of growth is not going to come from tier 1 towns, the way we look at it, right? The next envelope of growth is coming from the demand coming from tier 2, 3 towns. And even for tier 1, it's going to be more of the middle class, aspiring middle class user who will drive travel demand, right? So now the needs there are very, I think they're very different in both in terms of the supply side and in terms of the support side, right? So as companies, we are investing in AI to do both of these things in a much more automated fashion. And of course, internally we've started adopting it. I mean, the reason why we are able to do the scale of business we do with just 509 people is because most areas we've already started leveraging AI to our advantage, right? So I think you're going to see, this is the tip of the iceberg. You're going to see a lot more happen in the next year or two, especially with voice and AI.
Right. As we wrap up, a quick rapid fire for the two of you. Your last holiday, which place?
Munnar, Kerala.
Hello?
It's been a while. I'm actually going to Greece and France this summer.
After talking about domestic
the last
tourism,
one, the last one, yeah. Domestic was Mahakumbh actually. Yeah.
Okay. Favorite mode of travel? Air, train, or bus?
Air is always more convenient, saves time.
Alok?
It depends on where I'm going. Honestly, when I go back to my hometown, I'm from Lucknow, so sometimes I prefer a train. It's just more convenient. But recently I traveled in a bus, and the experience blew me like away, because the perception we all have of bus travel, which was shaped in our childhood, versus the reality that exists today with the quality of assets, the quality of roads, the EV buses coming in. I mean, I encourage all of you to actually try to take your next trip on a bus, and you will be positively surprised by what you get there.
Right. Last question. What's on your bucket list in terms of travel? One destination that you want to go to?
I want to go back to Kashmir soonest.
All of us do. Hello?
Actually, I have not been to Kashmir yet either, so I might accompany you, sir.
On that note, thank you very much, Mr. Billa and Alok, for a wonderful session. Thank you. A huge round of applause.
It's time now, ladies and gentlemen, to move on to the final session of the day. And this is something you all have been waiting for. It's got to do with something that's on our minds throughout, and it's drones. Operation Sindoor and its grand success has not only sort of propelled us and, made us proud of, also reminded us to again that India's pursuit of self-reliance in defense has never been more urgent or more necessary. Now, from indigenous innovation in missile systems to AI-driven surveillance and the next generation drone technology, we are witnessing a pivotal shift, a new era of defending Bharat that is built on homegrown strength and strategic foresight. Now, to take this very crucial, very critical conversation forward, we are joined by three pioneers shaping the future of India's defense and aerospace sector. Please join me in welcoming them with a huge round of applause. We are very happy to have with us today, this evening, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Mishra, Scientist and Director General at BrahMos DRDO. Huge round of applause, please. Lieutenant General Dr. Indrajit Singh, Strategic Advisor, Idea Forge Technology. Please keep them coming, guys, yeah? Smit Shah, President, Drone Federation of India. And Major General Ramesh Chandra Padhi, is retired, of course, Senior VP at IG Drones. And taking the conversation of this very, very interesting topic forward, let me call upon Nalin back on stage to take you through them. Please, huge round of applause for this extremely well-planned panel.
Thanks very much, Sonal. And we couldn't, ladies and gentlemen, as Sonal was saying, the last 2 weeks or so, we've seen, we've seen firsthand what conflict is about and what India did in that conflict. We couldn't get a better panel than this to talk about it, because the two big things militarily that stood out were A, the BrahMos missile, B, the air defense of India, where India completely dominated Pakistan on the air defense and then the skies. That was a lot to do with drones and Indian tech, and we couldn't get a better panel than this. So let me first start with you, Dr. Mishra. You are one of the key architects of the BrahMos missile. You were telling us just before we came in about the genesis of the BrahMos, because the BrahMos is a Mark III missile. That's the missile that was used to destroy the Pakistani runways and so on. And it really is of technology of a different kind. So if you can tell us a little bit, start with a little bit of history lesson. How did India come to produce BrahMos the way it did? The origin story of it, sir.
Thank you, Nalin. In fact, the story of BrahMos started in 1993. 1993, when Dr. Kalam and his team, they were visiting Moscow, and they were shown a engine, a supersonic combustion engine, which was half completed, and his Russian counterpart told that due to the lack of funds and dissolution of Soviet Union, we couldn't pursue our research. And Dr. Kalam, being Dr. Kalam, he started thinking how to make use of this. And he returned back. Fortunately, we had integrated guided missile program under Dr. Kalam going on in DRDL Hyderabad. And several technologies for subsystems of missiles were developed. So he thought, why not we integrate some of the technologies of IGMPP with this engine and come out with a completely new kind of missile. And that's how the BrahMos was born. And it was the idea in 93 which got legalized in 1998 when an intergovernment agreement was signed. In these 5 years, we have developed the systems which were required for the missile. Russians also developed the system which was required for this. And I would like to tell you that all the technologies for BrahMos is created, developed by DRDO. And the BrahMos was a SPV, the first FDI which was in the defense. And we started with $250 million US. And in the proportion of 50.5 being held by India and 49.5 by Russians. And the company was registered in Delhi. And we started the work. And we had a first flight of the missile.
You were the second MD and CEO of that company, I think.
Yes. The first flight test we had in 2001. The founder CEO, Dr. Sivthanu Pillai, he played a major role, key role in ensuring that the missile system, subsystems, they are in place. And being a founder, you have the challenges, various challenges, financial challenges and rules, regulatory challenges. He has overcome all that. And it was the first ship-to-ship. Later on, when I joined in 2013, I developed this ship-to-ship to variety of versions, land-based, ship-based, and again air-based. So the most challenging was integrating with Sukhoi 30 MKI.
That's what was used in this conflict, the Sukhoi-fired missiles.
Yes, it is reported that it is being used in the recent Operation Sindoor. And that took almost 6-7 years. It was not only the redesign of the missile, it was redesign of the Sukhoi 30 aircraft, which was successfully undertaken by HAL. The original cost projected by Russians was close to 1,300 crore. And we did the same work in about 88 crore. And the HAL, we really sincerely thank them. They have done fantastic work. And we created the world's largest launcher in-house in DRDO. And the missile was also redesigned, the software was rewritten, and we conducted the flight test against ship, against land target. The first missile, bullseye. The second missile, bullseye on the land. So this was the credibility of the missile. And Air Force was very happy. And they have, in fact, it is reported also in the newspaper, they have set up a squadron near Trichy. And this squadron is ensuring the safety, security in the Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean.
So if I may add to the one thing that Dr. Mishra has not mentioned in this amazing story of the BrahMos is, which he is the progenitor of, he also created the export program for the BrahMos. So the BrahMos was bought by the Philippines, and Dr. Mishra just told us about, outside we were talking about how during COVID, he traveled constantly to ensure that this machine, that this missile, which was not tested globally at that time, became India's first missile defense export, which was then bought by the Philippines. And I think now that it's been battle tested and seen the way it is and performed the way it is, I think that a lot of import orders will now start falling in.
Yes, sir. Actually, it was my dream. Everyone, we make our own professional goals. So I made a dream that before I retire, I would like to conclude the first weapon export for India. And that I could really largely reach to. I retired in November. The contract was signed in December. And I'm the happiest person that we could sell it to Philippines, because the reason is when you, try to sell the weapons in the export market, then the buyer, he compares the system with the contemporary available missile systems, and then only they price is a secondary thing. It's important, but it's a secondary thing, and that's how the buyer concludes. And we have come at number 1 when they compared our system to the rest of the systems in the world. And please understand, Philippines had access to the Western systems also, because they, in the international dynamics, they are using the Western systems. And compared to that, they have inducted our system. It means we are really the best.
So, for context, and the reason I'm talking so much about, asking Dr. Mishra so much about the BrahMos is because it's a story that, it's an Indian story that must be told. And it's also a story that informs what's going to happen now with the drones and everything else. And we'll come to that in a second. But for context, the Americans had the Tomahawks, which are subsonic missiles. Whereas the BrahMos is Mark III. And now there is a conversation happening about building a Mark V missile, if I'm not wrong, sir.
Yes, sir. DRDO has conducted a test for hypersonic engine recently, about 2-3 weeks back. And subsequent test also would be done, and then we would come out soon with a hypersonic missile, which will have the speed of more than 5 Mach. And once the engine is ready, rest of the things are much easier to design and develop. So this engine would be available, should be in about 1.5-2 years. Then we can go.
I think we can give Dr. Mishra a big hand. I mean, he's a true Indian hero for having built
Thank you.
Also, Dr. Mishra, you were also one of Dr. Kalam's boys, right? He picked you up straight out of college for DRDO. You studied in IT Madras, but also at the Regional Engineering College, also at NIT. But what I wanted to sort of draw from that experience, and when we brought in this conversation, is that it took so long from 1993 for another 2 decades to build that technology in the way that it did, and we're seeing the results now. We are also seeing very fast changes in technology at the moment with drones. Let me bring in General Singh on this question, sir, because the one thing that was a big differentiator, the second thing that was the big differentiator with Pakistan in the conflict was the control of the air defense and the skies, as opposed to the Pakistanis losing that control. A lot of it was to do with indigenous defense systems, indigenous tech, the command and control system, and also with the drones. Your company, sir, you are affiliated with India Forge, which is the largest drone maker in India, the largest listed drone making company, also supplies the largest number of drones to the Indian Army. So a lot of our protection came from the drones that your company was, for example, supplying. Can you tell us how did this, because the defense services generally are very resistant to change, right? So how did this whole transformation happen, and what made the difference between us and the Pakistani forces in terms of new tech this time?
Yeah, thank you, Nalan. Actually, we've all seen, we've been glued to TVs in the week before last, and whatever little information comes in, but a lot of background work has gone into this. Let me tell you that as far as drones are concerned, as a revolutionary in military warfare, India has been very much alive over the last decade or so. In fact, we have gone in a very concerted way to look at both UCAVs, which are unmanned combat air vehicles, aerial vehicles, and UAVs, which are largely for ISR. Now, the technologies have been developing over the last couple of years. As far as my company is concerned, we are probably the biggest company today in ISR technologies. As far as the UCAVs are concerned, generally, much of that we have been depending on collaboration with Israel. You heard of the name of Searcher, Herons, Herops, and you heard a large number of loitering munitions. Well, we are getting there, and I tell you, the Government of India, and especially the Ministry of Defence now, is upping the ante to get into more and more technology. But having said that, and I think there's a question which Nalin, you would like to ask is, where do we need to go from here? I can tell you one thing. In this particular mini operation, as far as our company is concerned, we have done extremely well. And we have drones which are, now we can call it battle tested. And we can say with a lot of pride that the companies who are working like IdeaForge, New Space and others, we have another, very senior officer here, executive from IG Drones. And all of that, I mean, we work very closely together to support the Army, the Indian Armed Forces. So, as far as capability is concerned, let me assure the audience that today, India has the capability, and we are amongst the best in the world. And it is proven today in the little skirmish which has taken place.
So, General Singh, and I'll come to you, General Pandey, in a second, but I think you raised a very important point, sir, which is about we have shown the capability, and a lot of it was indigenous, or some in partnership, but the adversary can also catch up soon, right? So two questions. What does it take to maintain the edge with the tech that is changing so fast? What does it take to change the regulatory system? How different is it from other procurement systems and so on? How different should it be? That's a question I wanted to ask, and I'll come to you, General Pandey, in a second, sir. But I wanted to ask both you and Smith. Smith is the president of the Drones Federation of India. And Smith, you've driven a lot of the pioneering work in terms of the policy side, worked closely with the government, with the Prime Minister, with various policy makers on creating this enabling environment for the drone ecosystem in this country. And we're seeing the results of some of that now. So what worked for us and what needs to change so we can scale up? And if I can come to you first, then General Singh, General Pandey, and then I'll open it up to you, sir, about your drones as well.
Thank you, Dr. Nalin. I think one thing that we need to appreciate is that when this conflict was ongoing, we didn't really have to send planes to some other countries and get stuff from there. And that was because there is a well-established plan and a thought process. And I use the word thought process because in 2021, when there were global conflicts as well as a lot of other events that were coming together, India as a nation very well understood the importance, both the strategic as well as the economic importance of this technology, and started laying out a red carpet for drone companies in India. And this happened because of 3-4 different things in terms of the policy and creation of an environment. And why I use the word environment, you'll know when I talk about the 4 things. First of all, there was a policy that was completely opened up. So we had drone rules 2021, although it's for the civilian space, but that is the primary.
That was 2021 before the big drones summit that was held in Delhi.
Exactly. So 2021, the policy opened up. Opening up of the policy motivates a lot of companies to start thinking about the sector, start building drones, even though the policy is for the civilian space, but the moment the civilian space is very well opened up and is popularized, it invites more and more people to start drone companies and who then eventually transition to the defense side as well. Once you have an easy policy, the second thing that you would require to push, of course, in India is money. So government came in and said, okay, let's bring in a PLI scheme and bring financial incentives. If you do 100 rupees of sales and 40 rupees is your purchase cost, 100 minus 40, very simple mathematics gives you 60 rupees. Government came in and gave 20% incentive on this. So it is direct money in the hands of the entrepreneur who is doing sales. And when you have good policy and financial incentive, it becomes a very open ground for many companies, including foreign companies. But here government wanted to bring in disproportionate support for Indian companies. That's when the third intervention came in, which is the import ban on completely built unit and semi-knockdown kit and completely knockdown kit. It essentially means that you can't really have a manufacturer building technology there, sending the drone as a whole or in parts without having a proper manufacturing base in the country. So you have this trio of the environment which gives a very disproportionate recognition and support for Indian players. And all of this was thought from a perspective of building intellectual property in India and manufacturing capability both, not just IP.
And that's something that, because policymakers generally are reluctant about changing things. But in this case, as I understand it, Prime Minister Modi understood this and Prime Minister Modi pushed this personally.
Yeah, personally, I mean, it is the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi who should be the only person who should take the primary credit for an intervention like this. And of course, it was industry, academia and all government coming together under this central vision, not the vision about policy change, but about the entire vision of India becoming a global drone hub with a specific focus on creating intellectual property. What happens is in a lot of other ecosystems, we try to focus on manufacturing, and manufacturing can only take you to building production quality, but technology enhancement and cutting edge in tech only happens when you focus on IP. So that's the niche that came in.
That is what worked for us. That is the power that sort of manifested itself in the skies in the conflict. The question now is that what next and what needs to become better, because, and this is a question for the whole panel, sir, because there are two generals here who've served in the army, who've dealt with procurement, who've dealt with other weapon systems. We have a scientist on the panel who's built perhaps India's most potent weapon. You've been involved in policy, you dealt with a lot of new tech. In terms of, explain to us, why does the current system still need a lot more reform, and what are those reforms that are needed to maintain India's tech edge or defense edge on tech?
Thank you so much. I really wanted this question to come up. So I am a Gujarati from Bombay, never satisfied with what is already there. So I want to bring in a flavor of what are the three things that we can do. And I think as of now, procurements are slightly slower. And procurements, the nature of the process demands for more than one company to participate, which is why sometimes we see dilution of specs and tech capabilities. The specific thing that needs to be done is that the user and the industry needs to sit together and prepare a roadmap of what is required. And this roadmap has to be such that when a company achieves a threshold, that is the equipment that you need to procure. At that time, we can't really say where are the three bidders going to come from, and how do we make sure that, if I have a spec that is defined, let's say, I'm going to give an example. I want a UAV that is having the capability of going 100 kilometers and doing surveillance and having jamming proof and GPS proof kind of specifications. This roadmap has to, ascertain that when a company achieves this, the next thing is going to be an order. So that's how companies will be motivated to build tech and break technology benchmarks. That's the first thing that needs to happen. The second thing that needs to happen is, irrespective of what platform you are building, when we talk about conflicts, there is a requirement of building any type of platform, from the smallest one to the largest one, which is electronic warfare hardened. So there are many ancillary technology areas that need to be built in, where government needs to start giving in research. The outcome will not be a platform that can be procured by the defense forces, but it is going to be a lot of ancillary technologies like GPS jamming, proof navigation, vision-based navigation, RF communication jamming proof, sort of technologies, and many other types of niche technologies, which I don't want to name on a public platform right now, but these will be an input for the top 20 drone companies that are anyways building platforms. So that is the second thing that we need to work on. And third, and the most important thing, sorry, I'm just taking a little bit more time, is that we need to start planning for fast-track procurement. We can't really be running around on finding a potential solution when there is a conflict. What happens right now is you have 1.5 months of 1.5 years of product development, then 1.5 years of delivery. In this 1.5 years of delivery, the people who did not got the order are all at zero. So what we need to do is we need to have multi-year long-term contracts, so that you have capacity every year.
So, General Singh, I'm assuming that now, after the conflict, you are already India's biggest supplier of military drones. You will up to your production?
The problem is not upping production.
And orders will come in more?
Yeah. The issue is that no company can sustain itself unless there is a regular flow of orders. This is something which Smith just brought out. We have to change our procurement procedures. The lessons of the recent conflict are very, very clear. The first lesson, let me reiterate, is that use of drones is a cheap, low-cost option with getting results much out of proportion. Number two, we need to be prepared for counter-UAS technologies. We have to defend ourselves against enemy drones. In both these cases, we have a huge amount of work to do. Now, having said that, when you talk about technology, we can look at the various technology pillars, whether it's resilience, whether it is swarming, whether it is going on to, stealth technology, whether it's going on to communications through, multi-channel, multimodal, SATCAM hacking. We have to be there. Let me share with you that we have a little way to go. It's not that we're already there.
if you talk about future technologies, we have to create that capability today. It won't happen in the
bring in
current
General
square.
Pandey, sir. You've not spoken so far. Two questions for you, sir. We're talking about regulation. We're talking about a lot more armament. We're talking about the cutting edge of technology. Firstly, also there's a question of cost. And you were mentioning to us outside, sir, because your company also supplies drones to the army. They were used in this conflict. Is not actually in India used drones in the Kargil war too, on a much smaller level. So how fast is the pace of change? What are the kind of drones that are currently being used, to the extent that you can talk to us about it? And can you give us an idea of the cost of this equipment so that people get a perspective on what we're talking about?
Thank you, and Jai Hind. Firstly, you must be aware that Government of India has identified the contribution in the recent Op Sindoor for drone companies, and IG Drone is one of them. And I think the audience will appreciate that, the effort of the company. Secondly, what you said, in fact, when the conflict started on 7th night, 4 of my boys were trapped in Poonch sector. They were delivering drones. And I was a little worried about their safety. Then I rang up my people, and somehow I could bring them back from there, from that conflict zone. And I told them that you guys are very lucky. You could be part of that particular conflict, the sounds and everything, Coming back to the cost, we have got a very small drone called FPV Kamakaji. FPV means first person view. And we have got a goggle, you can see your targets, and the speed goes up to 140 kilometer. We have got 7-inch size, 10-inch size, and then it goes and directly hit the target. And the cost, you said cost, it costs only 1 lakh rupees. So cheap. We have got a large
This is the kind of drone that was used on the Lahore airport, AAD battery, which was used with loitering ammunition.
We have got other drones also. We have got surveillance drones, we have got mapping drones, and everything is made by us only. Now, it is very interesting to know the journey of this company. Only 5 students from one of the engineering colleges in Odisha, they dreamt of something, and they made something for the space industry, which was appreciated by Prime Minister Modi in his Mann Ki Baat. And because the same technology is also used for drone manufacturing, subsequently they found that probably commercially drone manufacturing will be good, so they started that. And 2015 I superannuated, and my journey also, I will also narrate a little bit. So they came to me, I call them Pancha Pandavas.
And you had retired as the ADG in military operations.
Yes,
so you knew
I was
the use case, and they were the young kids who had the tech.
So many people think that it is the Azerbaijan and Armenia, that is the starting point of drones. No. We used drones during Kargil war. Not many people know about that. The Israelis, they gave us the Heron and Searchers. But the problem at that point of time was there was no digital maps. And it was my responsibility at that point of time as a colonel to provide the digital maps. So we had to overnight digitize all the maps, the paper maps. You all know the topographical maps. Because why digital maps? Because the satellite imageries were only 2 dimensions. The paper maps were also 2 dimensions. So those contours we digitized. So we created a 2.5 dimension digital maps. Otherwise, how do you not do the surveillance and reconnaissance and find out the targets? Subsequently, I worked the DRDO also when I was a brigadier with ADE Bangalore, and Dr. Jharna Majumdar. She met me and she said we should work together, and we did many things. And I was also there in the Army headquarters for a long time. So at that time the policy was also not very favorable. So that is how the journey started. Now you see we have got a large number of drones. We have got, initially we started as a surveillance. Now we have got the Kamakaji combat drones.
Pandey, if I can interrupt you there for a second, hold that thought, sir. I'll come back to you on this point. But I wanted to bring in Dr. Mishra again into this conversation. Dr. Mishra, it's clear where India is at the moment. Now the question is where we'll go next. Yeah. What lessons can we draw from the experience of the BrahMos to inform where we need to go? Because you work with tech, you worked with very difficult technology, you worked with sanction regimes, you've built tech indigenously entirely despite the sanctions, and really the top class tech in the world in this domain. What lessons should we take from the BrahMos experience to inform our next steps on the defense tech?
Yeah.
Thank you. The lesson from BrahMos, there are many. The first thing is, BrahMos is it's a very potent universal weapon, and the difference between UAV and the BrahMos is UAV will also work, but the BrahMos, it goes with brute force. Impossible for anybody to stop it. But at the same time, the cost is more. Missiles cost more. UAV costs much cheaper. In BrahMos, we have spent, you see, what happens, you cannot quantify it in the number of years or number of people or number of technology. It's very difficult. Thousands of people have contributed in the success of BrahMos in various times. When we came up with the first version, then we came up with the second version. Second version means, again, we have upgraded the range, capability, performance, accuracy. So, and we conducted more than 130 tests. So in every test, some or other parameter was improved. Now, the learning lesson was, we always believed that, if you go to the L1, lowest price, then you will not get the best. You should always go to the T1, the technology, the best technology. This is number one. Another lesson which we learnt in the Operation Sindoor is, sorry, I'm deviating from the main topic.
It's a very important point you're making. Don't necessarily go for the L1, go for the T1, go for the absolute best quality.
We have to be T1. In fact, there are many people, they say, but there is always a confusion that how to factor in the price. You see, as we progress, the mathematics will certainly come for the help, and we would be able to come up with some equation which will tell that this is the best one. So we should consider technology also as very important thing. Coming to the Operation Sindoor, we are very happy that Indian systems, not only Akash and BrahMos, but electronic warfare, communication, ammunition, our Indian-made ammunition, and Indian-made radars, our AVAX, Netra, they all have been used, sometime in the foreground, sometime in the background.
And they've been used against Chinese tech, against American tech, and they've triumphed.
So now it has given huge confidence to our armed forces that yes, Indian system, they walk, they deliver, and they are state of the art. Because in the conflict, we were not fighting with Pakistan. Please, don't think that. We were fighting with Pakistan, China, Turkey, and Azerbaijan. And, of course, the Western supplied equipment. So, fighting against these sophisticated equipments, our indigenous systems have proved their mettle. And we feel that now we will be getting more and more Indian designed, developed. You see, I'm not talking only about DRDO. DRDO is, it's a leader in the defense technology, but there are so many leaders in the niche technologies. They would come and they would offer their system, and they would be considered positively by our users, Indian armed forces. And another thing which I want to tell is, you see, the companies, the defense companies, they have only one user, only one buyer. And the shelf life of these companies is 6 months to 1 year, 1.5 year, 2 year. Beyond that, it's very difficult for an individual or a group of people to fund it infinitely. So, and if they don't get order in 1.5 year, they think of closing down. And people do the funding. You see, when we talk about that, if the technology is good, many funds would be available, but it doesn't happen in the practical life. So, if something should be done, it should be done when the company is young, when it is in its infancy. So then we would be able to become the leader in the defense technology. I'm talking about the world, global leader. Otherwise, we would be, catching up always.
It's a very important point you're making, because the Prime Minister in the Adapuram base made the same point, that India fundamentally triumphed or did better than Pakistan and won this war, or won Operation Sindoor, fundamentally because of modern technology.
Yes.
I'll come to you. Just General Pandit, you want to add something?
I just want to tell one more very important point. We have got this unmanned ecosystem, which is, we have got the government, PSUs, big private companies, and small companies, startups. Now, this is the time we need to integrate them. because certain critical components are not available in India. Just for like sensors, one of the very important thing, whether it is a missile or a drone, the sensors play a very key role. Otherwise, a drone is just a platform. So we need lot of varieties of sensors. So that in the ecosystem we have to strengthen that and create wherever we have got those gap analysis we have to do. What we cannot, what we are importing from outside, we should develop it here, and then only we can have a much better unmanned ecosystem in India for the future conflicts.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for context, when Dr. Mishra was talking about the BrahMos, we've all seen the satellite images of the bombs going into the Noor Khan base in near Rawalpindi, or the Rahim Khan base, and all of those incisions were BrahMos, essentially, fundamentally, as we understand it. So let me put a question to the panel, and starting with you, Smit. If you were to suggest one thing to the Prime Minister that should change in the drone, in the procurement system, so India maintains its def tech edge, what would that be?
Build a roadmap for what technology is required by the armed forces, and the moment a company achieves that roadmap, just buy it. Don't wait for L1 and 3 bidders and all of that. This is the only way in which we can become technologically advanced, cutting edge, because the benchmark for what is required is met, not because someone is fielding a new thing. So that's
very important, because we were talking just outside when we came in that if you saw in Operation Sindoor, Pakistan was using the Turkish drones which came in plane loads. India was not getting in plane loads of anybody, these were Indian drones. But if we were to have a conflict, say another 2 weeks time now, and we have to increase our defense production, it won't increase in 2 weeks, right? Because, General Singh, if you can explain why that's important.
So let me add to what Smith said. If you look at history and look at the world around you, let's look at US. Today we look up to US for technology. If I go 6 years back, Lockheed Martin was a startup. It was the Department of Defense, US, which identified such champions and supported them. We don't have that ecosystem as of now in India. In each of the niche technologies, we need to identify champions, support them, and give them long-term contracts and expect huge amount of results from them. If they don't give results, get another champion. But I can assure you, the Indian psyche we will create and deliver if the government of India has the kind of support and confidence in us. I can tell you without any doubt.
Dr. Mishra, I have a question for you on this and your comments. I know you were about to say something that, and this is something I wanted to ask you, sir, very seriously, that we've had the experience, because in the light of the suggestion being made on the panel, we've had the experience where the Americans have denied the engine to us for the LCA. And India stopped its research on the Kaveri engine, the development of the Kaveri engine, which is a problem for the LCA. It's become an issue in the India-US trade talks too. So what is your advice in terms of long-term investments for DefTech?
Actually, defense technology, when you invest in it, please don't expect return in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. There are some technologies which will give you return immediately after 2 years, 3 years. But when you are talking about the platforms, you are talking about aircraft, submarine, ships, tanks, you have to do the research and development for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. And I gave one example to Dr. Mehta. I told him that if you have a son and there is a potential in him, keep investing in him. Send him for bachelor's, master's, PhD all over the world. Let him take the best education and come back.
आपने कहा घर लोन पे डाल के गिरवी डाल के आप
फिर भी उसके ऊपर invest करो. Now what happens? I was just giving him one example that if there is an aircraft engine, hardly 2 or 3 countries in the world make, even today, aircraft engine. US, Russia, up to certain extent, UK, and China. Chinese one is Chinese one, copied from the Russian one. So, if we work 20 years, 25 years, and we don't deliver engine, don't worry. Keep investing. It will happen after 30 years. It may happen after 40 years. But we all have seen, we all are very wise people sitting in this hall, why Tejas is getting delayed. Maybe because of the supply chain problem of the engine manufacturer or maybe something else. But if we had developed our own engine, at least we wouldn't have such problems. We would have resolved the supply chain and given the priority to HAL to manufacture Tejas. So this is one suggestion I want to give you. Another suggestion I want to give you is from this forum that we spoke about L1 and T1. Another thing is what happens when we partially, General also touched upon it. In every vertical, if there are 3,000 companies, 4,000 companies, then it is very difficult for a single buyer to support all of them. So why not you make a group, do the grouping, and the grouping can be changed maybe every year or every 2 years. So selected companies are in a basket who are working in the drone technology, but they also are able to see the end goal. And if we allow, free running, then it will become like a Airtel marathon. Okay. You never know who has run, who has not run, who has become number one, who has not become number two. Today we have 3,000-4,000 drone companies in India. 3? No. 500. Okay. Let's take 400. 400 companies, how many will survive? I tell you, not more than 20, 25. 20 is a very positive number.
20 would be maximum.
Maximum.
20 maximum would
the
survive.
rest of them will die out. So why not in the beginning itself you filter them out so that, you have a very selected companies, working in that vertical. Another suggestion. Many Indian companies, private, public sector, they manufacture a system. Now, unless the system is inducted by the Indian Armed Forces, no foreign buyer will buy it. This is a rule, standard rule. It has to be inducted into the services. So, for example, if Idea Forge has made one kind of drone, let Army, Navy, Air Force, let them buy 5 numbers. Let them buy 10 numbers. Now, this 10 numbers give huge credibility to Idea Forge or to your company. So, once they go to the export market, they will say that, yes, it has already been purchased by Indian Army, so you please buy it. So this minimum, this
if you
would,
can respond.
this would help.
Just to add 2 points. There is a self goal, in our policy. DGCA said type certification. Type certification means what? So one particular model you are freezing, but in technological innovation, next day we have got a new product. So thanks that Indian Army don't follow the type certification thing. In the civil sector they are suffering because all government tenders they will have a type certification of DGCA for that particular kind of thing. So many companies they are not able to participate. Number 2 is that we suspect, the private sector is suspected because I spent 36 years in the Indian Army, so I know the mindset what happens. So why not like in USA, you just sign a confidentiality agreement. So that when I
long-term agreements.
Yeah, I will sign. I'm an Indian after all, and everything is there. So if I violate or do any security violation or anything kind of, you can put me behind the bar.
So let me widen the conversation a little bit and split. So one thing is we talk about procurement from government and so on, but after this equipment being battle tested, after the performance we are seeing, do you expect a widening of the private spending, private funding in this sphere? How do you see that going? And also, where do you see our technological prowess at the moment vis-a-vis the Chinese?
See, whereas it's about funding, there were only 3 things that worked in this conflict. BrahMos, drones, counter-drone. You can't invest in BrahMos, of course. The only 2 sectors in which you can invest is drones and counter-drones, and it's quite obvious that the investment from the private side is going to increase, especially because the effectiveness of the technology is very well proven. And we didn't talk about the counter-drone space, I'll just briefly touch upon it. That is also another area where there is a lot of innovation that is happening. There are large companies as well as startups that are working on the domain, and that is also where private sector funding will come in. What will be interesting to see is that this conflict has taught us that there is going to be an interplay of public funding as well as private funding both coming in. Private funding will come in for the growth of the company. Public funding will come in for aspirational research and very advanced tech research. So that interplay is going to be very interesting to see of how this ecosystem evolves. And one thing that I want to mention is that there were many companies that were trying to iterate on their technology, some in 2 years of time, some in 6 months of time, some in 2 months of time. I'm very happy to report to this audience and the viewers that there are a few companies that iterated and improved their platforms in even less than 1 week. So sometimes conflicts really do accelerate technology development and kick that last thing that is required.
So, General Singh, as the biggest private maker of Indian drone in the military space with your company, so there is also issues around, there were issues say a few months back about Chinese components in drones, things like that, where something was reported. Now, what do you think is the big technological challenge that you guys face when you're developing new tech?
I think the Chinese component was more of a red herring, to tell you the truth, and I must put the record straight. In fact, this is one company which is, we talk about Make in India, this is designed in India. One of the very few companies from bottoms up, they've designed everything in India. Yes, you know, there are vulnerabilities on the supply chain. We cannot go 100% indigenous today. The economies of scale just don't support it. And Smith will bear me out today. We don't have enough indigenous, vendors who can supply all the components. We have to depend on beyond the market, But what is important is, and countries which are inimical to us, I don't have to name them here. We certainly don't want to deal with them in terms of components, systems, subsystems. That's very important. Now, as far as we are concerned, we have started now going, we're not reinventing the wheel for everything. We have realized that we have to leapfrog. How do we leapfrog? We have to do collaboration. Now, the order of the day is, if you want to be a world beater, a global...
You're collaborating with global players, sir?
Yeah, we have to collaborate with global players. Today, in the nano drones, we have already collaborated with a wonderful company, a small startup in the US by the name of Vantage Technologies. And we are moving ahead very, very fast. On the other side, Smith mentioned, we are talking about resilience in operating in GNSS denied environment. And that is the future of the day. We can't have our drones being hacked or spoofed. At the same time, they have to have resilience to go over long endurance and distances. Some of the technologies are homegrown. We are looking at foreign vendors who can supply technologies, but we are not doing off the shelf. We are looking at co-develop and co-manufacture here.
Jilpandi, your final word on this?
I'll tell you, unfortunately, the major supplier of the small components is our main adversary, China. And it's a really challenge. So what is happening is, Army has very clearly said, no Chinese components. So when we import some of the key components, critical components, so let us say we import it from the Israelis, the cost becomes 4 times.
Right.
And the Israelis also, they get it from the China. The source is China. So ultimately, the challenge remains the same thing.
So that's it. Okay, so final word, sir. Smith, and then final word to you, Dr. Mishra. Or you want to go now?
Actually, we have created a military-industrial complex. We learned from the rest of the world. So in this military-industrial complex, we created almost 200 vendors. These 200 vendors for tier 1, 2, 3. And we promoted them. You will not believe, once upon a time, around 70 to 80 engineers from our company, from BrahMos Aerospace, they were working in the factory place, in the manufacturer place. So, and we were paying the salary. We said, you don't need to pay the salary, give them a table and chair. They will work for you. And they ensured that quality and certification is done properly. This is number 1. Number 2, when it comes to, let me give you a specific answer to your Chinese question. The thing is, if you are an Indian manufacturer and you are forced to buy the Indian components, you can still order to China, and they will write in the Make in India. They will also write the name of your company, and they'll supply it to you. So what happens? The solution is we should have our own military industrial complex. The way we have airport hotel complex, the way we have aerospace park, the way we have software park, the same way the government has to focus on the military industrial complex. The people will be there will be, now we have already initiated.
We already have a military industrial complex, now it's about scaling
corridor.
it up.
We have it started a defense UP corridor, and in the South India we have started a corridor. Many more corridors are required. Now corridor doesn't mean that it has to be 1,000 miles long or 500 kilometer long. It can be in a small space, but then the government has to promote them with the various incentives.
Right.
So this from
final word to you, Smith, and then we'll wrap
Let
up.
me just add one small niche to, achieving this. we've divided the Chinese and the supply chain problem in two parts. What you buy, you need to diversify. So you don't rely only on China and only on one supplier, whether it is China or any other country. So you diversify the supply chain and you find alternate suppliers for one particular article. That is one way to do it. And second, till the time you start diversifying, the other way to look at it is you answer the problem from a cyber security lens perspective. You buy wherever you want to, but you battle test and you verify the cyber security perspective. You check whether there is malware or not, whether there is, issues in that or not. And this has nothing to do with supply chain. You can keep buying from source A, but if you have good cyber security controls in place, this system will work to conflict with the other system, and the other system will, gradually work slowly. So supply chain always takes a lot of time. It cannot happen in one day. Parallelly, cyber security checks can be brought in very early on, very fast, so that even if you continue to rely on certain players because there is a transition phase, cyber security will ensure that some malware or some important thing is not put in by our adversary by design. So that's how you divide the problem into two parts and you still achieve it in a faster sort of turnaround.
Right. General Singh, final word, and we're really out of time, so we have to wrap up now. But do you think at the moment Indian dev tech is ahead of Chinese dev tech, at least in the sphere of drones and so on? And AD?
I don't.
Do we have a lot to, or do we have to catch up?
No, we have to work it out. We have to work out. Let me not give you a categorical answer, because we rely on incomplete information as far as the adversary is concerned. But they have also moved on. Let me tell you. But at the same time, I think there's huge capability in our market. I think the government now earlier was totally depending on the public sectors. Now we've gone beyond the public sectors. We've started having more and more faith in the private sector. The private sector has to match up. I think the private sector is always looking for a business case all the time, and maybe rightly so. But having said that, I think let me just not commit on that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we do have a military-industrial complex in this country. These gentlemen here are the past, present, and the future of it. Big hand to them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for that chat. Indeed, quite thought-provoking, that one. And with that, we've come towards the end of the program today. It's been a day of rich and insightful conversations where government, private sector, individuals and organizations came together to share their perspective on what it truly takes to power Bharat. From policy to people, from grassroots to growth, every voice added a stitch to the larger story. As we conclude this session and this edition of Powering Bharat 2025, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, our esteemed delegates, and also our enthusiastic audience, both on ground and online, for contributing to this meaningful dialogue. This summit would not have been possible without the invaluable support of our partners who stand firmly with us in shaping India's growth narrative. We express our sincere